No, I'm good. I'm up. Oh, I'm up. How we doing, buddy? We almost there? I know. Everybody knows. Just... sometimes you gotta verify, okay? No, I don't know how bad it is down there, and neither do you. That's why we're gonna check it out. Will you stop panicking? How bad can it possibly be? Yeah, I agree. Bad idea. I'm sure it looks a lot worse than it is. Come on. Sure, it's not as bad as it looks.
Hello there, dear viewer mine. Let me take you back to the turn of the century. It is the year 2002. America is still stirred into a batch of patriotic fury over the attack on September 11th. We have all been regaled with Sam Raimi's dip into the character of Spider-Man, with Tobey Maguire capturing hearts everywhere, and the wider world is preparing excitedly for the release of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets movie, while those with taste and sophistication are preparing for the release of Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers that Christmas season. And a young Chris is barely getting through grade school. Meanwhile, a young man's family is driving him across the country, where he will attend several events dressed in medieval cosplay and talk for several hours at a time in the hope that his new family-published novel will garner just a few sales. This is a hard time for the young man, and no doubt his parents. He has spent years and years writing stories. This fantasy story in particular is a piece of work he's finally completed, and all were quite proud of him. Now he must give talks, sometimes lasting 8 hours, and was considered to be having a pretty damn good sales day should he manage 40 sales during those 8 hours. It is the crushing reality of a self-published author, as a young Christopher Paolini is learning. However, fate seems fit to smile on this young man, as a boy buys a copy of his work about a young dragon rider. The boy falls in love with it so much that he immediately brings it to his stepfather, who just so happens to be Carl Hassan, on his vacation. Carl would bring this book to the attention of Alfred A. Kampf Publishing, who would get into contact with this young writer and his family and republish the novel, increasing its marketing and providing a new and detailed cover for the story. This would help it find critical success, though not universally so. In particular, reviews said it to be long-winded and have a cliché plot straight out of Star Wars by way of Lord of the Rings. It was criticized for its B-movie dialogue and cliched descriptions. I will remind everyone this was around the time of the peak of the Harry Potter craze. Everyone was waiting for Order of the Phoenix to release next year, so how that got a pass and Eragon got slammed is somewhat beyond me. I have a special love for the Eragon novels, despite my own issues with them, because they are certainly not peerless. Nevertheless, I agree with one of those critics who referred to it as a sincere display for the love of the work, and explained that Paolini actually has rather a lot of raw talent. Paolini has a way of appealing to a teenage audience in a way that older fantasy authors, like Tolkien and Lewis, sometimes struggle to do. In fact, for many, myself included, The Inheritance Cycle would be the first in a long line of fantasy novels that would open our minds and hearts to take in the expansive writings of some of the greats. Not to derail this review too long, but to take a quick history lesson from my own personal life, I had a very hard time reading growing up. It did not come easily to me, and I needed personal classes in order to be able to read at a passable level compared to my classmates. As such, stories held no interest for me. It was hard enough to read the textbooks and papers my schoolwork had assigned, and it was difficult to read overly wordy text in certain video games. Why on earth would I have sought out additional reading for something that I didn't need to? That was when I was introduced to audiobooks, primarily by the way of Ender's Game, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Harry Potter, and an abridged version of The Hobbit. Suddenly, stories made sense to me. Someone else could read it to me, and all I had to do was picture it in my head like a movie, and enjoy the tale. It was all the very best parts of a movie with none of the extra effort and work. And so I fell in love with audiobooks, as I still very much am today. I often listen to them while I play a game, shower, or go for walks, because it's what I then focus on while doing the other mindless repetitive task. It was as an audiobook that I was first introduced to Eragon, and I fell in love with it. The audiobook has taken some flack for the narrator's voice of the female dragon Saphira.
Eragon.
Is that all you can say? He snapped.
Yes.
His eyes widened at the unexpected reply, and he sat down roughly. Now it has a sense of humor.
But this was my introduction to the character, and because it's not immediately made clear in the book what the dragon's sex is, even after she can speak, I never really had issue with it, though I can understand why some would. Point being, Eragon is one of those books I equate to my adolescence, and it's something that inspired me to get into writing. So imagine my joy when I find out they are making it into a movie. That's fantastic. At this time, I had not yet gained the cynical understanding most readers are forced to accept, that being that most book adaptations are poo.
When it's over, what will be left of the boy?
What does it matter if there's nothing left at all?
Fuck off with you, you might be on the block next too, movie. Don't think I won't do it. But the Eragon movie is, well, it's a special kind of poo. I can't really blame the family for this, especially the author, who was around 20 or so at the time of shooting, and that's assuming he had any influence whatsoever on the script. Nevertheless, they took what should have been an easy touchdown, threw a wild Hail Mary, and let the other team snag a pick six. For the non-sports ball fans, that is to say, they fucked up almost as bad as it is possible to fuck up. You think The Marvels is bad? Well, yes, it is. Provably so. But fuck me, the Eragon movie is a disaster. I'm actually amazed they didn't just do a Batwoman to it and make it go away unless they were hoping through sheer hype it was going to turn a profit. It reportedly cost about $100 million to make, which would be closer to $152 million in today's dollars, so it's certainly not the most expensive film ever made, but that means that it would have needed to break around $250 million at the box office to break even, which is right about where it topped out. So the film might have broken even, when it really should have been a Harry Potter level craze, or at least Potter Light, based on the series. It definitely could have outsold Hunger Games. Of course, Disney has now announced the remake, and hey, good news, the author's on board. Great, because it all worked out so well the first time, and Disney remakes are known for their quality and improvement over the originals. If this actually gets made, believe me, I'm gonna be all over that shit, Disney. Mark my words. But what exactly made this film such trash? How could it be so bad that even the normies and superfans alike panned it? I mean, surely it's not as bad as all that, right? Oh, my sweet, sweet summer child, you know not the pains nor the darkness of the long night. Sit down with your favorite drink and snack whilst I educate thee. I should warn you of spoilers, but aside from this movie having already been out for over a decade and a half, you cannot spoil that which is already rotten. Naturally, I shall be comparing this to the book where appropriate, but judging the film on its own merits as well, because there is plenty that it does wrong all on its own, without the help of the accompanying story. For the full irony of this, my gameplay in this video will come from the play-along game that came out, and though it's based on the movie, there is actually more to enjoy in the game. Not that that game is especially good, but it's mostly functional, if I were forced to compliment it. We open the movie with a narration about the dragon riders from Brom. We're 1 second in. Actually, not even 1 second in, and you're already wrong? Okay. This is doubly problematic. For one thing, this clearly tells us about the writer before our main character has any understanding of them, but we will still see him learn about them in a scene later on in a case of dramatic irony, because we as the audience know something the character does not, and we will still have to watch him learn it. What little we learn here is the extent of all this movie cares to tell us about the writers, and there's really so much more to tell. The opening narration itself is actually directed directly at the audience in an extremely clunky way, but that's not to say this can never be used. After all, both Star Wars and Lord of the Rings have their own form of opening narration.
There was a time when the fierce and beautiful land of Allegasia was ruled by men astride mighty dragons.
Much that once was is lost, for none now live who remember it.
Yet, in both of these examples, we are laying the groundwork for the story we are about to tell. Brom's story here affects nothing, save to explain that the writers were once a thing, and are no longer a thing. However, this would have been better served to briefly explain the war between the elves and the dragons, and the pact that they reached that eventually formed the writers, because of that would bring something up, and give an excuse for a cool little action scene.
To protect and serve was their mission, and for thousands of years the people prospered.
To protect and serve? Protect what? Serve who? This doesn't make any sense. This is comical levels of, these are the good guys.
But the riders grew arrogant and began to fight among themselves for power. Sensing their weakness, a young rider named Galbatorix betrayed them.
What? What the fuck are you talking about? That's not what happened at all. In the book, Galbatorix goes out, accidentally gets his friend and his dragon killed, and that turns his heart dark. He goes back to the riders, demands another dragon, but the riders are concerned about this huge-ass red flag and say no, so he steals a hatchling and then starts turning riders against the ruling leaders, before he ends up killing them off. To say that the riders grew arrogant makes it sound as if Galbatorix were almost leading a justified revolution against the corrupt leaders, in which case, why are we fighting this guy?
And in a single bloody battle, believed he had killed them all, riders and dragons alike.
What? There were 13 forsworn he used to fight against the riders. Any single battle should have wiped him clean. It wasn't until he defeated and slew the leader of Rail that he took the crown and declared himself king over Allegasia. Now, mind, this is all information that Eragon learns from Brom later on in the books, and that's actually rather informative, as it tells us that the riders are more commonly seen by the public as creatures and beings of myth than remembered as heroes. This is also helped by the fact that riders have incredibly increased lifespan, and time whittling the memories out of the commonplace, similar to Palpatine snuffing out the legend of the Jedi. Hey, I told you got some heat for stealing Star Wars. But to plop this half-told and incorrect plot at the start of the film is an exceptionally odd choice, as we've got little to attach ourselves to. We've literally only gotten a single character name.
He crushed all rebellion, including the freedom fighters known as the Varden.
This is exceptionally oddly worded. The Varden form an opposition to Galbatorix, specifically, and with great care and funding from those who wish his kingship to come to an end. But this makes it sound as if those freedom fighters were always just there and he pushed them out. It's extremely odd. The in-universe map actually did a very good job explaining how Galbatorix had difficulty controlling them, because the Varden were on the other side of the Hatterack Desert, which was far too vast for him to control without the aid of more riders. For him to divert forces in that direction would have to be something massive, even bigger than tackling down the remains of the Varden, who hide in the Bior Mountains because the mountains are fucking enormous. Now, you may be thinking what I'm describing here sounds nothing like the details we are getting from this movie thus far, despite us being a minute in. And that is therein the problem. The movie moves at a staggering rocket-like pace, and I'm honestly not even sure of the reason. It sits at 100 minutes. And there's a lot of added fluff to show the stuff from the enemy's point of view, which we did not get in the book outside of the prologue. Yet this movie decided we had to see the evil guys being evil for reasons. I honestly can't fathom why, because there really is no crucial information we learn from their side of things. And because it wanted to include that, and it had such a short runtime, we often speed past or plow through really important events, and that would have made this world feel like a world, instead of a ride at Disneyland. And that was not a suggestion, Disney, calm the fuck down. The especially weird thing is that behind Galbatorix in this shot, we can see a map of the world which looks... Actually, I think they did just blow up the map from the book. So you know where the mountains are. You do know there's a desert involved in this, right, film? No reason I mentioned that, don't worry about it. It's just that at no point is there anything even remotely resembling a desert used in this. We then get our first scene from the book, which is the book's prologue, as Arya is rushing... Wait, why is she rushing around now? This is a journey that takes months. You don't ride at a gallop for months. You'll kill the horse within a few days, even if you stop for sleep, which elves barely do. But Arya and her elite elven guard, who don't even appear to be elves... but anyway, Arya, with her hair as dark as raven feathers, with her hair between orange and strawberry blonde... Movie, why? You didn't need to do that. I can't fathom why you did that. Oh well, I'm sure you didn't get almost every single character design wrong. That would be embarrassing.
Our story begins one night as Arya, an ally of the Varden, rides for her life carrying a stone.
Alright, stop. Stop. This film will do this for a hot minute, and I get why it does it, but that doesn't mean it isn't of the dumb. Firstly, this is not a stone. It may look like a stone, but it is not a stone. It beeth an egg. Eragon does not know it's an egg, and that's something for him to deal with for the first few chapters of the book, while he deals with what he think beeth the stone. Look, it's 4 in the morning as I write this and I'm tired, don't judge me. The point being, Arya knows this is not a stone. Brom knows this is not a stone. He's one of the motherfuckers who helped steal the damn thing in the first place, with the help from his clever friend Jode. Jode is not in this film, which is a shame because he's actually rather important to a part of Eragon and Brom's efforts to track down the Razak, but this film has no time for him. Doubly a shame because he's actually quite important in the next book as well. Let's hope this film isn't filled with a ton of useless bloat showing that the bad guys are bad, otherwise this might piss some people off who were fans of the book. Like, fairly put, some Lord of the Rings fans are mad that Tom Bombadil did not make it into the films, and I get it. Tom is an easy character to like. He's not exactly vital to the story, and there's just really nothing you can easily cut to make a room for him. This film is very short by comparison, and includes stuff you really don't need, and you could easily fit in the characters that are either not shown in this, or else not given the prominence that they ought to have. Let's do a quick rundown of the characters who are not given the prevalence they actually need for this film to work. Jode, as I mentioned, who is not in this film. Katrina, who is Roran's eventual wife, only used in a deleted scene. Roran, Eragon's cousin, barely in the film, though that could have been salvaged, honestly. Solumbum the Weircat, a hugely important character, and their race, who guides events in Algazia frequently. Angela, who is... well, she's almost in this film. I mean, she is, but she's wrong. Anyway, she's a frequent friend and guide to Eragon in the book. Elva, the child Eragon accidentally curses, only to exist within deleted scene. Oric, Eragon's first friend amongst the dwarves, a proud warrior and kinsman to him and eventual king under the mountain. Not in this film. Nasawada, the leader of the Varden and eventual queen of Algazia. Might as well not be in this film. Asshat, the leader of the Varden and a good and understanding man. Barely worthy of note in this film. King Hrothgar. Sorry, I have trouble with his name. The Dwarven King, who is, well, they say he's visually in this film, but he's very much not a dwarf. Rings of Power only wishes they screwed character up this bad. The Razak. Well, I mean, they're in this film, but they're all sorts of wrong in addition to being killed off whenever we're actually the driving start of the point in Book 3, and Roran's story in Book 2. Murtaugh. I mean, again, in the film, but he may as well not be. He's actually part of hugely pivotal events all over the books. So there's our major characters that don't have a story that they need to have if we were going to move forward with this series. Now, don't get me wrong, if we were looking at a really, really beefy film, I'm talking like 3+ hours, and then the cutting knife still needs to come out, I can understand hard calls having to be made. Like, gun to my head, could we cut Elva's story? You can. You'd have to do some massive reworking of the second and third books, but you could, because Eragon actually fucks up massively with her, and it's a huge plot point and a good bit of growth for him. But you could potentially get around that if you worked really hard. But honestly, even if this film had made a killing, they would not have been able to continue. They fucked the story too hard. It cannot go on. I'm only talking pivotal characters here too. Like, I haven't even mentioned the twins or Duvrangagata or Snowfire, and it drives me nuts that none of them are in this. Like, critique the book all you want for being overlong, though I would disagree, but it's certainly not wasting its time or padding itself. Everywhere they go, Polini is building characters and places, while bringing Eragon along in his training. Because, yeah, there's a lot of training in the books that also didn't really make it into the film. Now, don't get me wrong, there are things I would critique the book for, rather heavily, as I believe I have indeed done on this channel, but this film is worse in every single aspect, and then in addition brings several issues all its own, as if it weren't satisfied by the first batch. But back to the present moment. It rather damages the film to have Brom pretend it's a stone, and this wouldn't be needed because honestly you don't need this scene. It is, as I mentioned, a prologue, and prologues are ideally things that can be removed without sacrificing the story. They rather enhance a story. They tell a piece of it you didn't get to tell in the main tale. I'd rather have it than not, but it doesn't need to be narrated. And again, if the scissors really needed to come out, once again, you could have just simply had Arya deliver a line later about, oh, it was my job to transport the egg, but I needed to send it away before I was captured. And then boom, you could have had more time if you really needed it so damn bad. But as I say, the scene itself was decent to keep, because it would tell us that the egg was important, even if we don't know what it is or why. It would serve as something of a central MacGuffin to the film to drive the plot, as it does indeed in the book. And as lazy a writing trope as that is, I'll take lazy over stupid. Rather, I should say that lazy makes better movies than stupid. I personally love stupid, more content for me.
I suffer without my stone. Do not prolong my suffering.
Oh good, now we're back to fucking up Galbatorix. Firstly, you also know it's not a stone. In the books, he wants to have it because Saphira is the last remaining female dragon, and he wants her to do the Humpty Hump with one of his other two unhatched dragons, because he has two more, so that he could bring the dragons back under his control. This is never mentioned. It also isn't mentioned in the first book, but we don't see anything from the king's point of view in the first book. We don't meet him, and so he knows things we don't know. It's actually Murtaugh who eventually reveals this as well, and quite a lot of other stuff to Eragon at the end of book 2. But again, we're not really getting into movie 2 because this film pissed the bed. And after someone pisses in the bed, the twosome is just never as appealing. Forget the threesome or the foursome. Wait, I think I got confused. But yeah, because we're supposed to pretend we don't know what the stone is, they call it a stone amongst themselves, which is of the dumb. Now, again, yes, in the book, Eragon thinks it's a stone, because he's stupid. That's not an insult, that's actually a repeated plot point in the book. He will repeatedly and often make really impulsive and really stupid choices, because he's not a strategist. He doesn't know it's an egg, and so he calls it a stone for quite a while, thinking it's just a damn cool rock he found while hunting one day. All the major players in this moment know exactly what this actually is. Like, let's think of Ahsoka for a moment. Holy fucking shit, I'm actually about to praise Ahsoka by comparison. Someone shoot me. But when they discuss the map to Thrawn, they all know it's a map. They refer to it as a map. Don't get me wrong, the map is stupid all on its own, it makes no sense, but no one refers to it as a ball. They all know it to be a map. But on a grander scale, what the fuck does this scene with Galbatorix actually add? What do we get? Charitably, we get that Durza works for him, but that definitely would have been more than easy enough to make clear if he had him talk for 2 seconds when he meets Eragon. But we have to drag all the kittywinkles along, I guess, and this film felt the need to point out the king and Durza. You know, as if to say, see how the bad guy is answering to an even badder guy? I cannot guess why they thought this was necessary. Beyond it being a cliche, it is entirely unnecessary, and again, I would call it padding, except that the scissors come out like a dictator was named Edward when it comes to the important content from the book. So why do you persist in wasting our time telling us nothing of substance?
After you've watched the movie, or in our case, read the script, read the novel, you already care so much about the characters. You care about what happens. You understand why the enemies are evil. You understand in rich detail what it is that makes them evil. You begin the game as a player and as a game designer with this intense feeling of, I know how I want this to go. There's stuff that has to happen here, folks. Galbatorix has to be stopped. These people have to be helped.
Say what you want, Don, but apparently the film still feels the need to show us in a way that the book never did why the bad guys are bad. Maybe it doesn't trust us. This is dumb. How far in are we? 2 minutes? Fuck me. We get our first glimpse of Eragon, played by Edward Spaliers, and this is thus far his big debut into the world of acting. It's notable as he hasn't received a ton of well-received work since then, though that isn't entirely on him. Of course, well, I believe he gave the director exactly what was asked for. He has had his odd role in something well-liked, such as Downton Abbey or You, but let's keep our focus on this film for now. Eragon in the novel starts at age 15. He has brown hair, brown eyes. He's a simple farm boy who tends to be somewhat sheepish and never stops asking questions. Spaliers is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed 17-year-old and rather brash in this film. I am shocked Polini has been said to enjoy it when there's so much of everything that's wrong. I'm half surprised they even got the names right. Whereas Eragon has been on the hunt for a few days at this point in the novel because it's described to actually be quite a trek to go up into the spine, Edward is leaving at what is depicted to be early in the morning and will be back by late morning. Hell, I've had fishing trips that were longer than that, and I don't like to fish. But we see Durza watching Arya as she gallops through the forest with her guard. There is no indication they believe that they're being followed, unlike in the book where the wind changes and the stank of the Urgals gives him away. There's no such indication in this film, though. It's just a full gallop all the time, apparently. But speaking on that, we get our first depiction of the Urgals, who are basically dudes with black eye makeup. What the fuck, film? Granted, we never get a super in-depth description of the Urgals or the Cull races, but the biggest focus is on their huge athletic builds. They have short hair, bowed legs, and a pair of twisted horns sprouting from above their ears. I challenge anyone to tell me that this is what comes to mind from that description. This is just a dude. I can't imagine it would have been all that difficult to stick horns on these guys because, spoiler, they really don't feature that much in this film. It's another shame, because later in the books Eragon has to agree to work with a group of Cull, and it's rather an interesting plot point. But Durza is at least a hugely cunning warrior. He is particularly talented with traps, ambushes, and magic. He has physical strength and speed comparable to the elves themselves. So, what was his big ambush plan in this film, you may ask? To stand in the middle of the road and order one Urgal to fire an arrow. I don't know what's more insane. The fact that this was his plan, or that they keep riding directly towards him so it works. Ugh, the dumb is back and it's hurting me. For fuck's sake, we can't even get past the prologue. But the elves are apparently not skilled warriors in this movie. Unlike the books where they are unparalleled combatants, her two guards are instantly brought down with one arrow apiece. Boromir would be ashamed of you. Arya now thinks it's a nice time to stop and have a look around. Suddenly, Urgal, and she is tackled off the horse. Yeah, the film likes to suddenly up people, so be prepared for that. In the book, she actually goes on the run for quite a bit after her guards are killed and manages to take out 3 of the Urgals single-handedly. But no, blind tackle from a creature that shouldn't be able to touch her is fine. Meanwhile, Eragon is tracking a deer. Well, I say he's tracking it. He's not checking for a prince or anything. I guess he's just blindly running around hoping to bump into one. Again, in the book, he had been tracking an injured doe for about a day at this point. But no, movie, this is fine too, I guess. I mentioned it before, but the little things like this really can make or break a show or a film. Little things in Andor, for instance, give the show a lot of life and immersion, which allows me to get through the problems it may present in pacing. Meanwhile, the central beat of this story are fucking abysmal, and that means that every lacking bit in a scene is just more kindling for the flame.
Give it to me,
Durza.
and I'll let you live.
Is there anyone who trusts the word of shade?
Man, fuck me. We're just belting out that exposition on day one, aren't we? This may not be the worst line I've ever heard, and thank fuck there's no uses of as you know, but that doesn't change the fact that these are so clearly lines that are being said for the audience. Only it doesn't even work here. You don't tell us what a shade is, unless we've read the book, and therefore that connection has no meaning for the general audience. If we were a race called the Hinging Puffs, it would hold exactly as little meaning. Is there anyone who trusts the work of a Willy Woozle? I don't fucking know, dear, because the film hasn't told us what one is. I have no idea why you would do this. You have been given the perfect audience insert in the form of Eragon, who always has someone around him to explain new aspects of the world, and thus the audience learns about it through him. Yet given that perfect out, you persist in this clunky-ass dialogue. Arya draws herself up and uses magic to transport the egg that we're not supposed to know is an egg yet. Meanwhile, Eragon shoots at the doe as the flash of the egg appears to throw him off his aim. Or at least that's what happens in the book. In the film, he shoots, misses, and then the egg appears. So, apparently he's just a really shitty archer too. Great. Durza tries to get information from Arya and, she taunts him.
Poor Durza.
That's not in the book. I have no clue what this moment is. It's ironically the biggest character moment she's gonna have in this film, but it's nothing remotely like the character she has in the book. This is weird, film. It also leads to what is quickly being dubbed the Empire problem for Star Wars, in that it weakens our villain in the eyes of our audience. Durza is our main antagonist, and indeed the final boss of this film in the first book. We should consider him dangerous, menacing, and a threat, but because of their weird moment of cheek, he's being made into a bit of a bitch, and this is our first moment seeing him try to do anything. I can't really imagine what the purpose of this was supposed to serve. Because, okay, if it was for the sake of Yaz Queen, there are plenty of moments later in the film, and indeed in this series, when they could have given her purpose and made her into a fairly impressive character, as indeed Paulini does. But they don't take those opportunities. This just seems like they wanted to belittle our villain for its own sake. Why do you do these things? And we've only just hit the 5-minute mark. Perhaps I should be grateful the film isn't any longer than it is. Meanwhile, Eragon sees this smoking stone that has just exploded into the clearing and decides that there's no better move at this point in his life than to touch the apparently burning hot stone. I know I just insulted his intelligence a couple paragraphs ago, but fuck me, lad. Even in the books, even in the game, he at least has some sense of mind to touch it with an arrow first. That thing looks as if it should be scalding hot. You're still lucky to have hands. There's an extended flip back and forth between Arya, who was being tortured a second ago but is now just fine, just hanging out. She's good. And Eragon blowing out the egg, as if that's supposed to do anything. Then we get a fade into black, and I was really expecting a title screen, but we don't get one. So at least we're finally through the prologue. Only some 6 pages in my script. Oh well, I do tend to speed up the longer into a film or show we get. Maybe this one won't be 4.5 hours. Now, who the fuck am I kidding? I love long-form content, and luckily most of you out there seem to as well. But we get Eragon traveling into the main village of Carvajal, which I'm not sure has ever even been named in the film. But there are several villagers and soldiers and... soldiers? There aren't supposed to be soldiers in that town. Film, why did you put them here? Carvajal is super small, it's a remote town, mostly full of simple folk that really aren't of any interest to the Empire. It is Paulini's version of the Shire. Why would they have soldiers here? That actually hurts the story immensely, because later on, there's no reason to use the Razak to interrogate the town. You have a platoon of soldiers there. In the book, the Razak are insanely fast, insanely strong, capable, and so it makes a lot of sense for them to be used when you need to send scouts to a remote area. But you don't need to use scouts if you already have assigned troops there. Just use the troops, that's their fucking job. Of course, on a meta level, we know why the troops are here. It's because they wanted to give an air of oppression and totalitarian control, and the film couldn't think of any better way to do that. But typical of the film, it has overextended itself and completely missed the point. Eragon leaving his quaint little village to see the struggles of the towns and villages more directly under the control of the Empire helps inform his dislike of Galbatorix and the Empire he heads. It makes his personal issues of his uncle's murder into a grander issue of the common man.
2 more patriotic volunteers for the King's army.
My sons are not fighters. The men you take, they never return.
Every village must do its share.
Oh my, where do we start here? Firstly, yes, obviously your sons don't know how to fight yet. That would be the purpose of training in an army. And also, those you take never return? Where the fuck do they go, film? This line might be obvious and even a little haunting if there was a war, and if it was shown to be an active thing, But it isn't shown that way. It's shown to be something that maybe kind of happens on the outskirts. There is literally no reason people should be never returning. Also gotta love that this captain is just doing eviltisms for the sake of eviltisms. Remember how in Andor there were several higher-ups that had clear motive and personality? That's a good show. But anyway, Eragon walks into Sloan's butcher shop, a character who was hugely important, and more than a bit of an asshole, with an incredible elaborate backstory in the books, and somebody barely worthy of note in this film.
Expensive taste, Eragon.
What do you mean expensive taste? He is literally looking at the only thing you have placed on the counter. If I walk into Guitar Center and they have a single Les Paul propped up in the window, they don't get to call me out for staring at it.
The fat just melts into the meat.
How much?
Why would you try and buy the expensive meat, especially considering you don't have much, certainly no money to trade? Surely this man offers cheaper meats. In fact, I would argue that should be his main form of business. And as your motivation ought to be to feed your family with what little you have to trade, you would think quantity would overtake quality in this case. Eragon offers up this strange stone he found as trade, mentioning that he found it in the spine, and Sloan immediately rejects it.
Put it back. It belongs to the king.
What the fuck, movie? It belongs to the king? You determined that because it was in the woods? Oh fuck, I think that line might actually be ADR as well.
Put it back. It belongs to the king. Tell no one you have it.
Oh fuck, it is ADR. Is that because you didn't end up explaining why Sloan doesn't like the spine? So there's no logical reason for him not to want the stone? In the books, he dislikes the spine because A, they are treated as being cursed in general, and B, his wife disappeared into the spine, so there's something of a trigger for him. That informs his choice to refuse the stone once Eragon reveals where he got it from. In this, the king just owns things that pop up in the spine, apparently. So Eragon gets kicked out. In the book, another villager named Horst shows up at this moment and basically forces Sloan to give Eragon his meat, which Horst pays for and tells Eragon that he can work at the forge to pay off. It's not anything hugely important to the story, it's just a nice bit of character building and work. But of course, there was just nowhere we possibly could have fit any character building in. I mean, people would never sit down to watch a 4-hour movie, especially not if it's really, really, really good and takes a lot of time and care with its characters and pulls their story from a beloved book. We go outside to see a bunch of guards giving Brom a hard time for these chickens he has. This scene is an invention of the film and very odd. They accuse him of stealing the chickens and he tells an obvious lie about lightning striking them dead, whereupon he hung them up. The guards smell bullshit and so they confiscate the chickens. Brom gives a snarky line about being sorry he didn't pluck them.
Take care with the little bones. Hate to see you choke.
I have no idea what the scene is supposed to be. We've already established the soldiers are dickheads even though they shouldn't be here in the first place, but we've been over that. We've established that even the foot soldiers are generic evilmen who love doing the evil, and therefore them taking the chickens doesn't really accomplish anything. So we're not being introduced to him, and he's actually given a proper introduction later on anyway. The chickens thing doesn't affect the plot in any way, though they arguably do more damage to Brom's character, as Occam's razors suggest that he did in fact steal these chickens. So he's a bit of an asshole considering this is a small farming town. I mean really small. In the book, Eragon even details how sometimes on his uncle's farm they have a cow, but other years they don't have the money to afford one. Don't worry though, I'm sure this film doesn't manage to fuck that up, almost as if on purpose. Oh look, a deleted scene in which Eragon has to milk the family cow. There's a Disney reference in here somewhere. But look, when we're talking in farms of this size, I can't imagine 5 chickens is no big deal. Besides this, I mean, these guards are just comically evil.
Now, where did a fool like you find such an appetizing string of jewels?
Interesting you should ask.
Is that right?
He's clearly about to answer and you just shove your sword into his throat. I mean, orcs in Lord of the Rings are the only people I've seen with this kind of evil boner.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys!
These guys are just genuinely people who love to be a dickhead. I mean, the most compelling shows focus on the lives of the common man on both sides. And they declare, yes, some people are indeed power drunk, or have eviltisms, But many, in fact most, are just common men and women doing their jobs, and don't actually love causing pain and suffering just 'cause. In fact, sometimes you can even write evil people who could have been good guys if things had gone just a little differently. But no, I guess super evil guards is fine, if you really need that. What's the training process in this army? You don't get to eat your dinner until you kick 2 cats and a puppy? He actually kicks Brom's stool out from under him, which aside from being weird with physics is just like, why? This guy clearly aced his rubbing dirt into the little orphan eyes part of his army training. It really is a shame because Jeremy Irons is a skilled actor, and honestly he's not a bad casting for Brom. Apparently Sir Ian McKinnon and Patrick Stewart were both considered for first picks, but they were busy with X-Men Last Stand, and I can't believe that X-Men Last Stand was actually the better career move in this case. That's probably the best compliment anyone has ever given that movie. But in the books, Brom really isn't a soft or nurturing character. He's caring, but he's caring in the rough dad kind of way. He's far more the, alright, rub some dirt in it and walk it off, than he is the no, it's okay type of parent. So honestly, I think Jeremy Irons was a perfect casting choice. Go figure, he was the backup to the backup. Even when this movie does something right, it's on accident. But Eragon returns to his farm, and Roran starts giving him a hard time. There's a bit of shoving. This scene is also weird, though not for the same reasons. Obviously, this scene is to establish the relationship between Eragon and Roran, and were that important to this film, that would be quite good. Because, indeed, their relationship is important to the later books, it's just that it isn't even a little important to this book. Obviously, some of this is hindsight being 2020, but considering there is never any way in hell they were going to get a second movie out of this, and they were apparently so concerned with their runtime, they shouldn't have even bothered wasting time to dedicate to this relationship that really isn't important. Again, not to this movie. There's also an extended scene of them dueling with sticks. This is an invention of the film, and I don't know why. I can only imagine this is to give Eragon some excuse as to his skills with a sword, but the glaring issue with that is that he doesn't have any, and he didn't need any. For the majority of the first book, he's actually a far more skilled archer than he is a swordsman. That makes sense. He's experienced with a bow. He hunts with a bow. He has used a bow most of his life. He has some physical strength from working on the farm his whole life and being a hunter, but he was absolute garbage with a sword until Brom trains him up over the course of half a year. And they have nightly training sessions, first with sticks until Eragon works his strength up, and then with real swords, until Eragon is finally deemed a decent swordsman. And even then, he improves his skills by dueling with Murtaugh, Arya, and other people throughout the course of the books. Although it is worth mentioning by the time he first beats Brom with swords, they are considered to be a fairly decent swordsman. This movie has no dueling with Murtaugh or Arya, and one very brief training scene with Brom. So it felt that it had to give us this scene between the cousins, even though the training is later shown to be completely useless. I really don't know why you wouldn't give us a training/traveling montage, because it would have been shown to show a passage of time, something this movie desperately needs, because it feels as if it all takes place in the span of a weekend. It would have given Eragon a believable arc, which he desperately needs. It's also annoying because there's no focus on his training with magic, and sure, criticize the books for being overlong if you wish, but there was a huge emphasis placed on how much time it took for him to learn skills he didn't possess beforehand, because that's sort of a thing in writing. Eragon in this movie picks up new skills like Ray. Actually, I take that back, he's not quite that bad, but she is literally one step below him on a very small ladder. There is also a line where Eragon bemoans the risk to his breakfast.
My breakfast?
Which is confusing because now it really sounds like it's the same morning, which means his hunting trip would have lasted all of like 2 hours by foot. But Eragon goes and puts his things away and looks at his weird rock he find. In the books, there are several scenes, perhaps through a fortnight, of them trying to figure out what the fuck this thing is, and no one is really willing to buy it, as it is at most an amusing oddity, which people don't really have money to afford on such a luxury at this point in time. If anything, I can almost understand cutting that out, though. I mean, if you had to. If you really needed to trim down on the time, I could see cutting that out. But it was a nice scene in the books, and it gave some gravity to this strange rock. Roran and Eragon are working in a field, and his cousin informs him that he is leaving. This is really glanced over in the movie, and again, I'm sure it's due to time issues, but in the book, it's emphasized that he wants to go work in a smithy so that he can earn enough money to get his own farm so he can propose to his girlfriend, Katrina, Sloan's daughter. It's shown that he has to have some prospects before he can consider himself worthy of marrying her. They obviously just don't have time to go into any of that though, because that would be like a whole extra line. It would be made even worse if there was a deleted scene that only took a few seconds that did depict a little of what would give that scene gravity and meaning. But clearly they never filmed, oh hey, look at that, a deleted scene where Roran leaves and we briefly see Katrina. Huh, that would have been nice. But then this movie would have committed the unholy sin of being over 100 minutes. Though it's definitely worth mentioning that I have no clue what Spiller's face is supposed to convey in this scene. He seems put out, almost as if there's something of a romantic interest in Katrina, which would be very odd. I can't even imagine what you were going for there, film. But that having been said, there's a line in this scene which manages to fuck things up even more. Oh yes, we are breaking things at a record pace today. The bull in the china shop only wishes it were so efficient. But Roran isn't leaving because he wants to start up a new life, at least not in the film. He's leaving because he is now old enough to be conscripted into the army. Why? What are they fighting? Why are they drafting people? Where are they going? Why are they dying? Why did you enjoy this film, Polini? We then have another scene between Eragon and his uncle wherein they discuss that Roran is leaving. Film, you just did this. Why are you doing this again? I don't know if I'll ever cease to be stunned at the things you waste time on and the things you speed on past. It's almost comically bad at this point. You have to be doing this intentionally.
Your day will come too, Eragon. And you will decide for yourself the kind of life you wish to lead.
Uncle, I like my life.
Alright, so his life in Carvajal really wasn't something that was fully addressed in the book, but it should have been, and by bringing this into sharper relief, it creates an issue from an arc perspective, particularly in the hero's journey. Let's compare Eragon to Star Wars for a moment, not just because of the comparisons that were made in the reviews, but because Luke's journey is one of the clearest examples of a typical hero's journey in pop culture. An important part of the start of our hero's journey is the desire for something grander. Luke wants to leave Tatooine. He says it more than once to his uncle.
Harvest is when I need you the most. Only one season more. This year we'll make enough on the harvest that I'll be able to hire some more hands, and then you can go to the academy next year. You must understand I need you here, Luke. But it's a whole nother year. Look, it's only one more season.
Yeah, that's what she said when Biggs and Tank left.
Where are you going?
Looks like I'm going nowhere.
He bemoans the idea that he'll never be able to leave because he wants something more than the life of a farmhand. Meanwhile, movie Eragon wants nothing more than to stay. He is happy, he is content. He wants to just chill here and spawn cows that they shouldn't have until he dies. This is so contrary to the hero we usually follow. Now, the book, and indeed the film, have an effective enough method of forcing him out of the area for a bit, but this just rings awkwardly in the movie. And his happiness and his desire for things stay the same, and they don't affect anything. Don't get me wrong, if you wanted to change things up and have a hero who was reluctant to do anything, reluctant to take part in the journey, there are stories that can do that, absolutely. There are stories about people who just mean to get by and not ruffle any feathers, but keep getting dragged into bigger and bigger things against their will.
People of Duloc, I give you our champion! You've won the honor of embarking on a great and noble quest.
Quest? I'm already on a quest. A quest to get my swamp back.
Indeed. All right, Ogre, I'll make you a deal. Go on this quest for me, and I'll give you your swamp back.
What kind of quest?
But our typical heroes, they want something more. They want an adventure, so when they finally get to take that step into the wider world, it is exciting for them, even when it's dangerous.
I spent all my childhood pretending I was off somewhere else. Off with you on one of your adventures.
But this movie doesn't do anything with that. It acts, in fact, as if Eragon is already entirely familiar with the multitude of lands and cultures all around them, even though, by his setup, it shouldn't be, and by plot, he isn't. Again, there are stories that can work about a grizzled veteran who has seen too much to be shocked by something, like differing cities and cultures, but that's practically the antithesis of Eragon's setup. A good comparison lies in the multiverse of madness bullshit that was Doctor Strange's second official movie.
There it is.
America Chavez lists off a couple rules regarding the multiverse, particularly that you don't know anything about anything.
Rule number 1 of multiversal travel, you don't know anything.
And then immediately states that food is free in most universes, steals, and then gets in trouble. This is an example of somebody who should have knowledge, but apparently doesn't, and is wrong.
What many men seek is often right under their nose. But for some, the unknown is too hard to resist.
What? What? What the shit was that? How is that even remotely related to what Eragon just said? You said he'll have to choose his future. He said he's happy here. You say people often already have what they want, except some love the call for adventure. What the buttfuck a duck? You absolute gas station hot dog of a character. That doesn't even look like it was a reshoot, unless this whole scene was reshot and added in later. It doesn't appear to be ADR. Why did you say that?
Is that why my mother left?
Oh, that's why we said it. To get this clunky-ass bit of exposition. You slop of spoiled mayo calling yourself a film. You miserable collection of oozing mucus.
My sister was in a great hurry when she left you here. Whatever her reasons, we can only trust they were for your own good.
Whatever her reasons? You know her reasons. Her reasons were that she was the wife of one of the most dangerous men in the world at the time, and she left her bastard son with you so that he wouldn't be turned into a weapon or a tool, as was happening to his older half-brother. Sure, the details in much of this hadn't been released yet during the primary filming, but the basics of which were discussed in Eldest, which had been published a full year before you released this film, and you had access to the author, who hopefully wasn't writing and making up the entire second book some 8 months during the process of filming this movie. I can only surmise that the writers of this film genuinely only read, or likely only had somebody summarize the first book and said, "Great, who gives a fuck about what we fuck with?" and went on ahead regardless. We can see Roran with the pack on his back, and Garrow offered him a few coins.
Your blessing is all I need.
Okay, that's actually not bad. Except that Garrow doesn't actually give his blessing. And Roran does take the coins. Film, are you suggesting that blessings are more metaphorical? I mean, that's not what the book indicates, but if you are indicating that, you damn well better stick to it. You damn well better not have a deleted scene in which a blessing is shown to be a very, very different thing, you miserable loaf of moldy bread. Eragon and Roran share a hug and the music goes all string mode to suggest emotional weight. Then Eragon stares at the sun. Because of the inevitable comparison, let's just cut to the quick of it. A New Hope came out almost 30 years before this film, and between these two scenes, they are relatively similar moments, but they don't carry the same weight. A New Hope has what is perhaps one of the most iconic scenes known in the entire franchise. I constantly forget that this Eragon scene exists. If you ever question how important your composer is to a movie, the answer is an 800-pound yes. That night, we see the egg is beginning to hatch, while Eragon watches with all the interest and fascination of someone watching a cat roll around. He's curious, amused. Son, you're looking at a fucking dragon. I would expect something with a little more... well, more. He kneels down and stares at this CGI abomination. I appreciate the dragon absolutely had to be CGI, but there is using CGI where you have to, and then there's placing it proudly front and center, and this seems to be far more the latter to me. Don't get me wrong, they were never going to get around the problem with dragons in this film. They're central to the story, but the fact is that they are very front and center, and as time inevitably passes, it will inevitably age like poo. The general rule of thumb is that with CGI it should only be used to enhance unless we're dealing with or in a CG environment. Examples would be the Balrog in Lord of the Rings or the opening shot of Revenge of the Sith. Those have aged relatively well, and are often my go-to examples for good CGI, because it isn't clashing with anything, for the most part, at least. So it's not a distracting take. Even things like the Fell Beasts or the Elephants have not held up so well. But yes, if you're going to use CGI, you have to be really, really, really prepared and really, really careful, and this film was about as careful as a particularly wasted Winston Churchill. Of course, if the writing were passable, that might be more easily forgiven, but this movie's writing is so bad it finally killed the entire VHS format of movies. Eragon coos to the baby abomination and asks,
What are you?
I want to be sympathetic to this question. 1, because this movie needs something in its corner, and after it's been shitting the bed for 4 hours, it still has yet to leave the bed. 2, no one around has seen a dragon for quite some time. 3, because there was obviously nothing for spoilers to actually be looking at. That all having been said, he does seem to know what one is, and there really is no way to mistake a baby dragon for anything other than a baby dragon. Like, I don't know what the film is playing at with this. Even in the book, he identified it pretty immediately. So this isn't one of those cases of his stupid making an allowance for the film's stupid. He touches it, and there's a flash of magic, and this wakes up Brom. This is entirely an invention of the film, and it makes no damn sense. Like, are you indicating that every magical person, I suppose, just knows that something is going down? Why? Why don't they just feel the egg in the same way? If this is only down to the writers, does the king also feel this moment or whatever? Yes, evidently. I mean, in the books, Eragon starts pestering Brom with questions and disappearing into the woods a little too often, which makes Brom suspicious, and he manages to force a look at Eragon's palm to see the Getaway Agnasia. But this film didn't want to do that because evidently there just wasn't time. Don't worry, we'll get there. But it also wakes up Arya. Oh, and we are absolutely going to get to that, don't you worry. But this, it's of the dumb, is what it is. It hits who it hits because we say so, when no one of similar abilities because we say so. This is also done to give Brom some importance, but that's utterly fucking baffling. It makes about as much sense as letting your golden retriever do your dry cleaning. I'm not saying the sight of it isn't entertaining, but it's certainly not clean, which is kind of the problem. Believe it or not, we're 1/6 of the way into this thing. Durza comes in with his generic-ass dialogue, and he then reads her mind. Film, who abused you? What is wrong with you? How many drugs are you on? What deranged mountain lion jizzed into your morning coffee before you came here today? I can't think of any other reason for you to be this wrong on purpose. Did you work on set with Jared Leto? Were you a backup dancer for Lizzo? Were you a child that had to meet Joe Biden? What made you this way?
I made me.
Okay, so no, this is wrong. It's so fucked, and it's so the dumb. This does not work. This does not even a little bit work with how this magic system is in the series. Before I get into this, let me address the inevitable arguments that 1, this film needn't follow everything in the book. This is not, on its own, necessarily wrong, but my caveat for that is my same as the rule for remakes and reboots. If you're going to change something, it damn well better be an improvement on the original, or else you're just making an ass out of yourself, and this certainly is not better than the book system for mind reading. 2, for those arguing that outside sources cover for a lack of explanation in the primary, such as this lovely comment I got on my breakdown of Book of Boba Fett, informing me that the lack of any sense in the show's political system was due to my own lack of awareness on ancient Japanese government. If something is inspired by other things or not, what you show us in your media needs to stand up on its own merits, at least as so far as traveling downward. When I say traveling downward, what I mean to say is that a sequel or a television spin-off, for example, need not explain larger concepts that are adequately explained by a feature film, for instance. Such as a sequel book not necessarily need re-explain concepts in their world building or previous plot. However, if you're going to attempt to bring a concept into a larger form of media from a more obscure one, or travel upwards, you need to explain it. For example, the Ahsoka series does not need to spend time explaining what the Force is. A New Hope, and to a larger extent Empire Strikes Back, already both do that, and those are larger forms of storytelling. However, it also shows us the world between worlds from a later season of a not especially popular animated show. And because Ahsoka does not explain that even a little bit, this is bad. Because you are either one of the over-enthusiastic fans who actually watched and paid attention to the show, or you don't have the foggiest clue as to what the fuck is happening. Is it time travel? Is it some sort of vision? Is it purgatory? What the fuck is happening? Remember when Disney was first launching Disney Plus? We were told, oh well, you don't need to watch the shows to keep up with the MCU movies. We're just going to be doing some additional bits. Yeah, that turned out to be a fucking lie, didn't it? Oh sure, I guess technically you can watch the Marvels without having seen Miss Marvel or Secret Invasion. You'll just be beyond fucking confused. That is, if you're not just one of those people who turns your brain off. But back to Eragon. Paulini invented a simplistic but functional form for battling using the minds. It's actually half of his answer to magic battles, because he points out, quite correctly, whoever sees the other could just cast a quick spell and then win automatically. Part of the defense for that glaring problem is wards placed against specific spells, but the larger part of that is that you can break into someone's mind and read their thoughts if they can't keep you out. If someone breaks into your mind, it's a simple enough matter to realize what it is they're about to do and counter it. This is part of how Galbatorix overthrew the Riders with such a small force, because he was a masterful man at breaking into people's minds.
Arya is essentially the courier for what will become Saphira the dragon.
Is that what they told you? Fuck me, that's an insult to her character. She is... Look, I have to finish this video sometime this year, but she is so much more than a courier for the egg. But back on mental battles, as far as Durza and Arya are concerned, he should not be able to read her mind. Elves, and Arya especially, have masterful mental defenses. In the book, Eragon has to contact her in this way while she's in a coma, and she damn near kills him out of a mental defensive panic. She is incredibly mentally strong. So you may be asking, how does Durza know who Eragon is at this point in the book? He doesn't. He does not find out here. He finds out much later on when Eragon does a trademark stupid and insults a bunch of Urgals who are trying to take the new dragon to the king. The Razak go to Carvajal, I believe, because the Varden informants were going to inform Brom of Arya's capture, and the Razak intercepted them. It's actually stated in the book that they did not know who Eragon was when they arrived in Carvajal. They only learned Eragon had the egg because Sloan is a jackass. But no, in this, it's magic wobbles, and then Durza does something he shouldn't be able to do, because that's just how they know. Eragon wakes up with a swirl burn mark on his palm.
Am I gonna say it?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it.
Film. Look at me. Look at me. Put down that egg soup you consume and look at me. Dragon Riders are referred to in the ancient language as Ajatlam, literally meaning silver palm. Silver palm. Why do you make this look like a burn from a stove? It's a repeated plot point in the books that the mark is insanely distinctive and easy to see, because it almost glows a little, and it looks like silver. Film. Stop. Just stop being you.
Oh, for 5 minutes. Could you not be yourself? For 5 minutes!
Eragon pulls up a pail of milk. I imagine this is where the deleted scene of the cow was supposed to take place, because the implication now is that they left raw, untreated milk in a pail in a hot barn for a full day, which is totally fine to now drink. He pours the curdled milk into a bag, and the dragon starts to suckle, which does not work. In the books, he feeds it strip of meat he got from Sloan until he knows it's big enough to hunt. The movie does this. Alright, film. That was disgusting, quite frankly. Durza goes to inform Galbatorix of what he shouldn't know.
My king, Galbatorix. As you feared, the dragon has hatched. But to a mere farm boy.
It doesn't matter exactly who it hatched to, it's someone outside of his power plans. He cannot use the last female dragon to mate if he does not have that female dragon.
When the Varden learn that the legend is real, they will be encouraged to challenge me.
What? What the absolute donkey shit, gorilla piss-stained sheets, dog rolling over to fart on your eye at 3 in the morning does that mean? Firstly, yes, the Varden know all about the egg. Not that it's hatched, perhaps, at least not at this point in time, but they do know about it. I mean, motherfucker, they were the ones who stole it in the first place. And what legend? Film, you have not mentioned any legend up until now, and the book doesn't mention one ever. There is no prophecy that we're suddenly brought in on. Did you actually just type in improv generic fantasy dialogue into ChatGPT? Because none of this makes a gnat's bladder's worth of sense. You cannot just introduce a prophecy or legend unless you're actually going to think about it for 2 seconds. I think the legend is supposed to be that one day the Dragon Riders will return, which is so fucking generic it's impossible for me to recall if that's ever actually said at any point. Every line from this Galbatorix is just shit.
When the Varden learn that the legend is real, they will be encouraged to challenge me. And I am not interested in being challenged.
I don't know if this is supposed to sound like a clear directive or threatening or a command, but it's not, and it's not. I honestly don't know if you stacked up this man against Ahsoka's Thrawn, who would come off as more pitiful. There are just some questions science is not made to answer.
Beyond these borders are remnants of the Resistance. Dwarves, elves, the Varden.
No. No over, twice in fact. For one thing, the dwarves are not in this film. They are part of the Varden in the books, and summarizing it to that is actually a massive injustice to their role. They are pivotal to the Varden's function and survival in the Beor Mountains, and we are shown quite a lot of really cool culture that you just never wanted to bother with. So, yeah, you give us no dwarves in this movie. The elves don't exist in the mountains at all. In fact, they exist in the north, in the forest of Dweldenvarden, where you don't go because they are uber magical and too much of a pain in the ass for you to easily dispose of. Then Galbatorix has this really disturbing moment.
Do not let them reach the Varden.
It's not intimidating, it's almost perverse in the performance. I'm not especially familiar with John Malkovich. He's apparently in Warm Bodies, which I saw, but I don't remember him. Wait, was he the dad in that? Oh, he is. I vaguely remember not being overly impressed with that performance. Perhaps it's down to direction, that's always a possibility. Or maybe he's rather limited as an actor, I don't know. The end result is that the BBEG does not feel in the least bit powerful or threatening. Casting or direction can equally kill a film, people.
The reason why I like him the most, really, I suppose, I think he's like me. He's a bit quirky. And he's not got lots of confidence, but he keeps going. He's got a goal in life and he just wants to become the best he can, which I suppose I feel the same way.
Not a lot of confidence indeed. Not like after his uncle was killed, he commits to a one-man revenge mission. Ugh, mind you, Eragon's problem is not just the casting, but rather that almost everything that could possibly fuck up does fuck up, and often to the utmost measure, along with quite a few things that shouldn't be able to. It's harder to think of what it does right. I suppose most of the camera shots are fine. They're functional, if not all that impressive. The music isn't usually horrible, even if it's not as good as it should be. Pretty much everything else, garbage. Carval is supposed to be a frozen land in the middle of a horrid winter, where just the trip into town is something that could wind you. This looks like Diet Hobbiton. We go back to Eragon, looking at the world's strangest football.
Where's your mother?
Dead. It's common knowledge that the dragons are all dead. He knows this in the book. Did we not cover this? We're almost like 20 minutes into this film, and yet it has taken me several days to reach this point, because I feel like every time I sit down to start writing this script, I start to think of literally everything else I would rather spend my time working on. I have edited 2 Let's Consumes, written a couple book chapters, and a few songs throughout the course of the week or so I should have been working on this, because this movie is truly horrid. Meanwhile, we see Durza summon the Razak. This is a scene that lasts about 10 seconds, and yet there's a fair bit to say about it. For one thing, why the fuck are we seeing this? We do not need to see it. It would actually not only be possible, but indeed a far better reveal to have Brom talk about them later, as he does in the book. But aside from that, what the fuck is Durza doing? Is he actually summoning them from the ether? Is he creating them? Is this some type of spell? What are you doing? Are you literally pulling them out of this film's anus? That can't be right, because it's blocked by all the other shit, and there's only about 100 minutes it has to come out. I have a headache, I'm not rewriting that bit. Thirdly, what in the fuck did you do to the Razak film? Why are they mummies who gave up on life? Gave up on death, I guess. Why are they covered in bugs? Why do they look human? The Razaks have beaks and enormous eyes. They're more like bird people than people. They wear cloaks and they talk in hissing voices and fly around on their parents, who are giant dragon-like beings. What? I mean, I know we've gotten some bastardization in the 2010s, but I think we all slept on this one because the film was already so shit. But this is genuinely an inexcusable depiction, this level of no. I would feel less offended if you offered me a lovely bowl of chicken noodle soup and then just peed into the bowl. This is worse than drinking yourself into a stupor and puking all over my carpet. This is an insult to children everywhere who were called a mistake by their parent, by comparison. Fucking hell film, don't get me wrong. I'm not even especially attached to the Razak. I thought they were kind of interesting and a decent antagonist for most of the series, but it is perhaps one of the cleanest examples of this film just changing stuff to become utterly generic. The Razak are supposed to be the scouts in service of the king. They are just one of the many mini blades in his Swiss Army knife of tools. Their usefulness was their incredible speed, trekking, durability, and sadistic nature, because they really were assholes. But in this, they're made into bug mummies who work for Durza, because that's just how bad guys are supposed to be. Even when the bad guys answer to a BBEG, they are still henchmen who they control. Who wants to see Galbatorix as having a whole complex system of beings who he manipulates and controls because he's really good at that shit? In the book, he uses magic and lies to the dozens of differing Urgal clans to make them work together, despite that not being in their nature. In this film, they work specifically for Durza, and almost appear to be mercenaries straight out of the incompetent henchman school. In the books, Urgals are actually quite capable. They're big, tough, and rather hard to kill for anyone who isn't well trained. While they don't stand up to a fully capable elf or rider, they are more than capable of killing the common folk or even foot soldiers. They made a reasonable foe, aside from, people who can script people into the army or anything. That all having been said, Galbatorix did force soldiers in the books to work for him, but he did this with magic. He forced soldiers to swear fealty and in service to the ancient language, which they then had to do because it's impossible to lie in that language. Yet another thing the film will not do. But with the Urgals being a reasonable threat all on their own, it meant by the time the book introduced Kull, especially tall and strong Urgals, it felt like a real problem for the protagonists. In this, they feel more like a joke. Kinda makes them a perfect representation of the entire fucking film, to be honest. But we see Eragon walking around Carvajal late at night. No clue why, he's just there. The father's sons who were taken away is giving one of the most generic speeches on how the evil government is bad.
Their mother's heart is broken. And for what? More death? More suffering? Easy, host.
What death? What suffering? You haven't shown me any of that. Literally no one appears to be suffering under the king beyond having to deal with the soldiers, who, mind you, are exactly the same thing your boys are now supposed to be, being dickheads. But if you're telling me that the king being in charge is making life harder on the common folk, we need to see that. Show me. Show me people can't get by due to increased tariffs, or show me that the roads are more and more dangerous and he isn't doing anything about it. There is some anti-world building at play here, which is rather remarkable in its own right.
What's that matter? Speak or not speak, it makes no difference.
Well, Brom, if you don't speak, the soldiers don't shove weapons in your face would be the primary difference. Or at least it would be, except these guys are utter dickheads.
Quiet, Brom. A fool like you has nothing to lose.
No argument there.
Brom, you know your son is sitting like 12 feet away from you right now, right? I mean, the creators may or may not have known that, but I always got the impression that Paulini did know, and it explained some of Brom's behavior in the first book. This is similar to the Snape thing in Harry Potter, and it's one of those I actually believe was always intended. I will never understand script writers adapting a series who don't ask for input by the author on the future of the series. I mean, at the very least, call up the guy on the phone and run the bullet points by him, so he can tell you, oh, hey, maybe don't, for instance, kill the Razak, and make sure you include characters X, Y, Z, and plot points 1, 2, and 3. But Brom starts talking vividly about the Dragon Riders out of nowhere. Mind you, this film isn't revealed this yet, but he used to be a Dragon Rider, so that gives a slightly weird vibe of someone who is bragging about their high school glory days.
The time of dragons and dragon riders.
Those days are long gone.
No one could defeat them.
Well, I mean, that's self-evidently not true, because they were defeated. But Brom starts rehashing what we saw at the beginning of the film, only without the flashback sequence, which only doubly calls into question why we had to see it as our introduction to the film. But the soldiers hear Brom talking and threaten to hang him. I don't know why, because they don't really explain this. My guess would be that he's supposedly slandering the king or something, but they don't say. Eragon tells them to let Brom finish, and now they have no choice. Clearly, as armored soldiers, they are bound by honor to listen to the teenager, who has no way of stopping them or enforcing this demand. I don't get this. I don't get what this is. I can only imagine his interruption is to show that he's interested, in which case, you just show him listening. What are you, film? Why are you ass? Why do you choose to be ass? No one ever chooses ass.
Like when we were all getting in the car, I knew where I was going to end up sitting, so I would pretend like I wanted that. Back seat, in the middle, my feet on a hump. I think my parents were kind of worried about me. He's calling the hump, Walt. He shouldn't want the hump. As long as I ain't fighting. Hump's good, right, Ron? Oh, the hump's good, yeah. You like the hump. I love the hump. I'm the hump boy.
And one day he will pay for his crime.
Are you deaf? Be on your way!
Wow, that shit was extra as fuck. You guys couldn't have gotten Michael Gambon to just revive his Dumbledore if that's all you wanted?
Fucking hell, man.
Harry, you put your name in a goblet of fire.
Dumbledore asked calmly.
Also, great way to completely show our soldiers are ineffective as shit by having an old man repeatedly defy them with no consequences whatsoever. We jump to Eragon trying to train his dragon to fly. This is especially odd as the dragon is clearly quite a bit bigger than when we saw it a moment ago. This is also at most a day or so, because Eragon is relaying the events from last night.
And then Brom said, the time of the Dragon Riders will come again.
Again, in the books there's a period of months and months where Eragon tries to learn about dragons and their riders, mostly from Brom, and Saphira grows from a wee baby to a wee toddler-sized dragon, but large enough for someone to ride. The dragons would go on to be immense, if not killed, of course. They would, to pull a quote from the book, never stop growing. Some of the larger ones before they died could have passed for large hills. I mention that to point out that there is no full size for a dragon, and that if one were to indicate that they were suddenly zapping a dragon to adult size through some higgledy-piggledy bullshit, it would surely be much bigger than the Saphira we get throughout the books. But as I mentioned, the dragon has grown quite a bit bigger than it was in the shed, and we are presumably saying that it is through the passes of time that she grows. Somehow that's a relief. There's also a very strange moment where the dragon flies off, flying exceptionally well for our first time, if I might add, and Eragon thinks she to be gone, and won't come back, judging by the sad music, and remotely, well, I guess it's not a sad look, but the vaguely put-out look on his face, as if he's been told he can't have ice cream, instead of just sent off a fucking dragon that he should be bound to. But this is another failing of the film. The books emphasize the mental connection that dragons and their riders have. It is innate and grows stronger all the time. They are almost immediately able to send emotions and desires back and forth to one another through this mental link, growing to exchange sights and images, and eventually, as the dragon comes to understand the language, they can communicate fluently. Their range of communication steadily increases, but the film does not do any of that. In fact, the film will go on to just make the dragon mentally talk, as if that's somehow something they just do when they get full-sized. You know, puberty. First you start to grow a little bit taller, then you learn perfect Allegasian English. But what was Eragon attempting to achieve here? Why send your dragon off into the void of buttfuck nowhere? It's not big enough to fend for itself, and it sure as shit doesn't know where it's going. Why did you try to kill your dragon? What is actually wrong with you? I know Eragon is often dumb in the books, but this is beyond the dumb. The fact that you don't want to burn every copy of this film to the ground proves George Lucas actually has a better understanding of the destruction of a universe and its characters than you do. The man who made Jar Jar Binks and turned the Force into a biological advantage that you are born with understood the bastardization that was the holiday special. How are you below that level of awareness? Let's take a quick side street while I try and recover from the next dumb in this movie. I mentioned before that Paullini has come back to his series after years to begin writing the story of what happens to Murtaugh, who this film will pretend to feature. I was visiting my folks for Christmas, and they asked me what I thought of the novel thus far, and this was curious to me because I had to really stop and consider the question. The strangest thing of all was that while it's telling a much more involved and thus far a relatively low-stakes story, Pollini's style and tendency to include problematic elements hasn't budged an inch in some 15 years or so. It's rather remarkable in its own way. It's almost like when Valve released Left 4 Dead 2 and we all acknowledged it was basically Left 4 Dead 1 with like 2 bits of jewelry on it. Don't get me wrong, progress is progress. I suppose I just was somehow hoping for a bit more, because that's the way the story is supposed to go. The young kid with a creative heart struck out, took an impossible chance, defied the odds, only to go and hone his craft and go on to become a badass bastion of writing a rags-to-riches story encouraging all the young creatives. Only he kind of hasn't. He seems to somehow become content with who he is and what he wants, and he's decided not to move an inch from it. Writing is hard. It takes an unbelievable amount of dedication, focus, and effort. And as this movie is so determined to show us, half-assing things will only ever result in embarrassing everyone. It should embarrass you for releasing it and the audience for enabling it. Also, something that could be said for the MCU and Star Wars as of late. And speaking of embarrassing, the dragon begins to fly, gets struck by lightning, and becomes full-sized. Why? Why do you sniff syrup and drink turpentine? What is wrong with you? Were you babysat by Chris Chan? Did Boogie2988 hire you to be his sugar baby? What horrifyingly insane thing happened to you to make you like this? Why would you do this? Why did you think this was acceptable? I genuinely do not know if this moment is any better than a moment from the holiday special, save that it doesn't go on forever and a day, but make no mistake, it is equally confusing and equally of the dumb. I know the filmmaker— look, you actually do know you have a sensible choice that can be made here. You know that, right? I know it's hard to focus when the Hollywood executives are attempting to pull money out of your urethra, but you can actually take 10 seconds to write a sensible thing. You could at the very least try. I can only imagine this script was pounded out in an afternoon while the writer was also forced to move house, and had the flu, and was pestered by a very annoying bird that wouldn't shut the fuck up. Because I don't know how else you end up with a script like this. The filmmakers have tried to defend this horrifying decision by throwing up the excuse for runtime. We're gonna hold on to that until the end, because I want to make a point when we get there. I would just point out that in other mediums they use montages to show a character's change or growth in a very short amount of time on screen, to give the impression of much bigger things happening over a much longer period of time. For one of my favorite examples of this, in Season 1 of Better Call Saul, there's a very sexy montage, where Saul, or Jimmy as he was then known, goes with an old friend on a spree of quick scams. Not that I'm going to eagerly put my review of this horribly shit movie to the side, in order to dissect a scene from a show I really like, and now to eagerly put this really shit movie to the side, and break down the montage from Season 1 of Better Call Saul. Spoilers for Season 1. Because it's, like, really good. You should watch it. Come on, it's on Netflix. You have to do something with it until Avatar comes out. Presuming time hasn't made a fool of me again. In the show, it's revealed that Jimmy grows up scamming people frequently, until he winds up in jail after a rather unfortunate poop-related crime.
Drove a white pearlescent BMW 7 Series with a white leather interior. I climbed up top, and I may have defecated through the sunroof. I did not know that his children were in the back seat.
He works in a mailroom of his brother's law firm, but longs to prove that he is good enough to actually pick himself up and be a lawyer. So he works nights to become certified. He passes the bar, only to then be rejected by the brother who thinks him too much a screw-up to ever be a good lawyer. After that rather crushing revelation, Jimmy goes back to his hometown and runs into Marco, his old friend who he used to run scams with. Marco has by and large not changed, and Jimmy has done all he can to go straight. It is a rather crushing realization of what the past was, now that he's wound up right back there again. And Jimmy has finally realized he is never going to escape this history no matter how hard he tries. He tried to bury Marco in the past, to the point of not contacting him, even when they were in town for their mother's funeral.
You were in town, you didn't look me up. Chuck was in the middle of a big case, and we couldn't stay around, so...
instantly tell how much that hurt him.
Yeah. Marco is shown to be deeply hurt by this, until Jimmy offers him the chance to scam a rich visitor at the bar. Their friendship, such as it is quickly rekindled. We get our rather brilliant montage. Start to finish, this montage is 2 minutes 25 seconds, a runtime that would mean nothing to this film. In fact, the runtime from the start of this rather horrible scene to Saphira's first line of dialogue is 1 minute 40 seconds. So realistically speaking, if we were to replace this, we'd be adding 45 seconds if we did a montage the full length of the one in Better Call Saul, which, to be fair, for a montage is rather lengthy. We kick off fairly standard, Jimmy asking someone on the street to keep a secret about a Nigerian prince who has had their funds frozen in legal assets. Classic email scam. Mind you, this show is set in 2002, and that was right about the point when this scam was starting to really take off. So finding somebody that was not all that tech savvy and more than a little trusting, and boom, you have a target for this thing. And the thing about quick scams is that should they fail, you shrug and try again 2 minutes later. This transitions to Marco talking about a trunk full of tickets.
They're just sitting at O'Hare, impounded in customs. Now, I know what you're saying.
And on into the scams, which we hear snatches of as the music swells and grows.
Oh, I hate to part with it. It's been in my family for years. Keep it secret.
Yeah, absolutely. But the point is you need a good front, so you're going to have the most return on your...
The background behind Jimmy, Marco, and their marks becomes black as money and coins begin to fall, making it very clear that not only are they running this hard, it is working exceptionally well. This is effective as things are going very, very right for Jimmy, and everything he did as a lawyer seemed to be going so poorly. It is the appeal of the old way of his criminal life, the song of the sweet seductress of sin. And not only is this moment beautifully crafted, shot, and implemented, but it also adds an incredible amount of poignancy to Jimmy's choice at the end of the season, whereupon he goes up to Mike, who helped him return $1.6 million to the government that were embezzled, and tells him flat out that nothing is going to get in his way anymore.
Could have split it 50-50. We could have gone home with $800,000 each, tax-free.
Your point being?
Why didn't we?
Me personally, I was hired to do a job. I did it. It's as far as it goes.
Yeah. Well, I know what stopped me. And you know what? It's never stopping me again.
It is a brilliant way of letting the audience know not only where Jimmy is at mentally, but also showing us the birth of Better Call Saul Goodman. Okay, now that I've had a moment to talk about something that was not shit, let's go back to this stupid movie. They did something somehow far lazier than a time skip, and they somehow think that's acceptable, even a little. I would like to point out that even the dragon itself seems confused, that it grew to the size of about a year in the space of 30 seconds.
Of the book and the film is Eragon's bond with Saphira, because as he grows and develops as a character, so does their bond together. So they really are kind of growing together through the book. It's really not just one protagonist, it's really Eragon and Saphira.
Not in this. At any rate, now she can suddenly speak. Oh, but there's yet more that this scene is going to fuck up. We're not done yet.
What's happening?
Brom was right, Eragon.
You can hear my thoughts.
I have no fucking clue what you keep going on about. You keep this up like Saphira's birth means more dragons are just gonna magically pop up out of nowhere. It's like the Force in Disney's Star Wars. Every time a light or a dark side user gets too strong, the Force shits out another one on the opposing side. What are you? Why are you? How are you alive?
What you have done has made God very unhappy.
I genuinely cannot understand why this film invented the idea of a dragon's return out of nothing, from nowhere, because it doesn't work. Like, I almost feel the writers heard this in a fantasy film and just started grabbing whatever tropes they thought would sell, regardless of if they made a lick of sense or not. But hold on, because we're still not done with the dumb in this scene. He thinks to Saphira, she responds, to which he thinks,
You can hear my thoughts.
Motherfucker, Dude, I hope I don't need to explain this, but you were clearly thinking at the dragon. And if you didn't know she could hear your thoughts, I don't know why you would have done that. I don't know why you wouldn't speak aloud to it like you did originally. I know it can't speak English back to you. But that's not stopped you from voicing every single generic line of dialogue that's crossed what you generously refer to as your mind up until now. I cannot wait for Disney to fuck this up again. I hope there's something that has this level of dumb in it, I really do.
I am Saphira.
What? They just come pre-named? Like a Beanie Baby? In the book, he went to Brom, who had him list a ton of names so the dragon could agree to one that she liked. In this case, it just comes pre-equipped. Fuck, I don't know what humans are doing using baby naming sites and shit, or watching their kids grow up. Throw them at a storm cloud and they'll come down full grown with their name all right and ready. Fuck you, you absolute sewage collection of a script. Eragon goes over to Brom's house, and at this point I honestly have no clue why. And we can see that Brom is apparently trying to collect fire insurance money on his house, because he leaves 1,000,000 candles going at any given second. Eragon finds an ornate book in a bag, which he starts to read. I would like to point out two things here. One, in the books, Eragon cannot read. He does not know how because his uncle never taught him, because he was a farmer, and reading wasn't deemed all that important for a farmer. Two, this book he's reading here means nothing and will never come up again. Bad habit of this film. Brom pops up to do a bit of a jump scare, which doesn't work at all, and more of the world's most generic dialogue comes back.
Is it true? What you spoke of?
Eragon asks about the dragons.
Keep your voice down. You mocked the king in front of his soldiers.
I always say, better ask forgiveness than permission.
No, you don't. You don't always say that. I don't know where this film got that idea. This is a line often thrown out to justify a hasty action thoughtlessly pursued, but doesn't actually hold up. Sure, forgiveness sought is better than no apology whatsoever, but obviously the person who asks first is going to be more favorably looked upon. Yet this film thinks it's done something and will stay latched to it. Which is also weird, but the line would suit Eragon's behavior far more. And yes, he repeats it later in the film. My point is, he is the one who is thoughtless and impetuous. It's part of his character. Brom is the old experienced one. This line isn't anywhere in the book either. It's something the film invents. Brom, in the books, imparts a lesson to Eragon when they are forced to pay a toll in order to cross a bridge. Eragon afterwards points out that they could have refused, as the man likely does not own the bridge at all, and they easily could have fought their way through him if required. Brom responds that you can't argue with every fool in the world. It's far easier to agree and then trick them when they're not looking, and then reveals that he cut the man's purse. That is Brom. This, I don't know what this is. Eragon insists that the story is true, which something's Brom, it's not really clear. There's also a huge departure from the books. In the book, Eragon asks Brom for information, claiming that a traitor supposedly spoke of a certain dragon that he can't recall the name of. Brom happily delivers a good bit of information, already knowing that Eragon is lying because he's a 15-year-old boy and he isn't so very good at it. Movie Brom pulls down Zarok and looks at Eragon as if he's just now putting all the pieces together, which may have been the intention, but I don't know what the hell was up with him dreaming of Eragon touching Saphira then. But conveniently, at this exact moment in time, the Razak are shown torturing Sloan, and that man cracks instantly. I don't know why they don't kill him, because they certainly show no such restraint when it comes to Eragon's uncle. Also, I get they're scary and all, but what the fuck is this intimidation tactic? Oh no, don't poke a hole in my shirt. Anything but that, now people are gonna see a bit of my skin, you monster. The Razak sees Eragon, I think. It's not clear. Then he jumps on the table, which is something. But the reality is that this is done so we can see his big scary bug eye up close. True rule of horror, guys. Things are scarier whenever you don't get a ton of time to clearly see the thing. The more you throw it into direct light and pause on it, the less scary it gets. Perfect example, our political system. Point being, the more we see things, the less scary they are. Eragon runs for his home, utilizing quick shortcuts and even a bit of shaky cam. I guess that we needed to show that there was some distance, but you didn't need to do this. This does not help. Then the movie needs something to happen, so suddenly Saphira. No idea how she knew what was happening, or what was going on, or how she knew where the fuck Eragon was, but she spawns in out of the ether.
It's you they want!
Actually, properly speaking, Saphira, it's you they want. You didn't know this in the book, but you do here, because reasons. They just know Eragon is the best way to get to you because dragons aren't especially easy to capture. She kidnaps him and they go on a brief ride, which this creates issues. Firstly, in the book, it's emphasized how dangerous it is to ride a dragon bareback, as Saphira's scales utterly destroy Eragon's legs. But this movie doesn't have time for that, so we just don't do it. Also, she sends him into the mountains for a full night and refuses to take him back in order to keep him safe, whereas the detour in this film lasts for like a minute. There's a lot of dramatic tension and super fast flying, but why? She's flying around this scene as if they're speeding towards something, or being tailed by something, but they're not and they're not. Maybe your writer would have an easier time remaining seated if you weren't dashing around like a cat with the zoomies. She throws him down into a hay bale and he appears to be smoking. Like the actor himself appears to be smoking. Why? Are you on fire? They had to do this intentionally as well. This isn't something that just happens accidentally. Are they implying that she threw him down through the atmosphere? Why are they indicating that he is smoking? Saphira lands and we see Garrow is lying under what appears to be some hay and several splinters of wood. In the book, he was super fucked up. He was covered in burns and buried under cabinets and even the support beam from the house. In this, he could be sleeping for all we see. Eragon removes the bit of straw. I think he listens for a heartbeat. What are you doing? You're not trained in medicine nor any information on the human body. How do you know what you're doing? Garrow in the book was actually still alive at this moment, and Eragon and Saphira even managed to drag him to the main part of town, although that caused a huge list of problematic questions, which is part of the reason why Eragon left. That coupled with his desire for revenge on the Razak. In the movie, Eragon throws a bit of a hissy fit at Saphira, which is mostly acceptable, as this was kind of in the book, and he's supposed to be grieving here. There is a strange bit where he tries to send her away, and Saphira appears to obey, which is really odd, because this changes nothing, and she comes right back with no hurt feelings or anything. I don't get why you do this, film. If this were a moment where he or she were attacked and vulnerable due to this separation, or else if this led to a moment of conflict and an argument due to hurt feelings, I would understand it. But this literally does nothing for these characters or this story. I have mentioned before that everything in a story should do one of three things: advance the plot, enhance the characters, or build the world. This moment of him sending her away doesn't really do any of those. It threatens to do the second one, but it just doesn't.
Well, threaten me with a good time.
I have a sneaking suspicion, although I can't prove it. Obviously, the dragon was put in after filming, via CGI, as the only dragon I've ever met would never lower itself to be used in this trash. But I suspect they later realized there was a scene where Brom examines her, and couldn't have met her before then for the first time, so they reshot some stuff to get her off screen for a minute. Mind, this is all entirely a suspicion on my part, because I'm trying to understand someone did a really big stupid. I should have known, never try to understand stupid. All you're gonna do is embarrass the stupid and hurt yourself. But I have to reiterate that I just don't get you, film. I don't get why you gargle cum recovered from the world's oldest whorehouse. I don't get why you add things you don't need to add, only to take away from vital aspects. Only to then not do anything meaningful with what you do add. I don't get you. I don't get what's wrong with you. I don't get the aliens vaguely resembling aliens that wrote you. I don't get it. But Saphira is offended and flies off. Eragon briefly grieves. Spillers does his best to act, and it's almost better than anything we got in Ahsoka, at least. I realize how low that bar is, but hindsight really is 20/20. Then suddenly there's a Brom, and I will remind you that he was with Eragon when he started. He somehow learned what was happening, came here, still got here after Eragon, who was briefly kidnapped and waylaid by his dragon, and both of whom were vastly outpaced by the Razak, who have not been shown to move all that quickly. What the fuck is this moment? Eragon tries to attack... Why? What? Why? Literally full of the why. What are you doing? Are you just mindlessly lashing out? Are you Hulk raging right now? Do you think Brom is somehow responsible? Are you mad with grief? Is Brom being here insulting somehow? Why? I don't get this. But he swings at Brom with one of the most telegraphed strikes in all of history, and Brom luckily isn't hit by it. He twists Eragon's hand, and we see the swirl scar.
You!
Okay, let's just stop for a moment, because I'm confused.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Let's pretend the wake-up scene earlier actually happened because Saphira bonded with somebody, but they didn't know who it was. We can deduce that that isn't the case, as she actually hatched several moments earlier, and Arya apparently does know who she hatched for, but let's just say that, for bullshit reasons, writers know when a new dragon has been born and bonded with someone, but they don't know who. Okay? I know that's not what's shown in the film, I know that doesn't make any sense, but let's just pretend for a moment. Believe me, if we spend too much time trying to make things make sense, we're going to head into the negatives on this film really, really quickly. Assuming we're not there already. So, Brom knows that someone is a dragon rider, I presume is what they wanted. He, for no good reason, makes very pointed comments to Eragon about dragons and riders and justice over and over for no real reason because fuck you. Then Eragon comes to him saying that he knows everything Brom says is true, and Brom thinks this might mean that Eragon has bonded with the dragon. Again, I'm assuming based on his reaction, because otherwise that scene makes less than no sense. So now he double-checks his suspicion is proven right, and he seems shocked. Why? You obviously thought it was Eragon, and you were correct. Imagine if a cop arrests someone, and then grills them on the case, shows them the evidence, finally gets a confession, only to then be like, damn, I was right. What is your malfunction? Were you developed by Sonic Team?
Where's your dragon?
Gone. So Eragon informs Brom that he sent the dragon away. Were you abused, film? Is that it? Is that why you are what you are? Is that why you drink raw water? Is that why you call up Andy Dick and ask him to breathe on the phone while you try and sleep? What made you want to sniff Seth Rogen's asshole in a Taco Bell bathroom? Also, Eragon, dipshit. I was gonna be kinder, but dipshit. You are just casually, openly admitting to being a dragon rider. You are openly admitting to somebody you really don't know all that well that you found and hatched a dragon. Why do you think the Razak were here? Do you literally have no self-preservation? What is wrong with you? Why do you insist on breathing only to lower the collective IQ of the entire world's population by several points? Brom tells Eragon they must leave, which is the first sensible thing anyone has done in this entire film. And Eragon says not until Garrow is buried, which is another weird thing this film does. In the book, he stays trying to get Garrow help, but after his uncle dies to his wounds, Eragon decides to run off on his own, and is basically tailed by the old man. In this, it is actually the old man who forces Eragon to leave. Brom now takes on this weird tone and burns Garrow's body, which, I mean, okay, fine, I guess.
They killed him, but they were after you. If we stay here, we're both dead. Now get on that horse!
Why? Why you? Why are you at risk? They literally don't seem to know who you are. Oh sure, in the book they did, and even went toe-to-toe with you for a few hot seconds, but none of that is in this. Also, it's odd that Brom just had horses ready, apparently. We only saw one earlier, so I don't think these are supposed to have been at the farm. In the book, Brom makes a huge effort to trade for 2 very nice horses, including a sire-worthy horse named Snowfire, which is a badass name. But in this, he just magically spawns 2 horses. Who cares? Who likes continuity?
Who are you? Ride, now, go on!
Ride? Ride where, my man? Where is he supposed to be going? Granted, Carvajal is on the upper edge of the world map, but you can go in nearly any number of directions. Maybe, crazy thought here, maybe the one with experience and the understanding of the world around you should be the one who is leading this pair. Maybe. No? Go fuck myself? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyhowsers, they ride off, Brom very much not on the white horse that ought to be Snowfire, and Eragon gives a wistful look on the life he can no longer have. In the book, he left as a man on a mission of revenge. In this, he's being forced to flee. The differences may not seem great on the surface, but when we examine them, they go far beyond that which is readily apparent. In both forms of his leaving, Eragon and Brom leave Carvajal in a hurry, immediately following Garrow's death. However, the book version of events has Eragon moving towards a singular goal. He is pursuing vengeance and a personal motive. That is an active goal, to leave in pursuit of something. It is a motive, and even one that is sensible to us. Looking at the Amazing Spider-Man after his uncle's murder, Peter begins to hunt down villains matching the appearance of the shooter. He becomes focused, angry, full of vengeance. Revenge, unlike bitterness, is a motivator. Bitterness and mourning are paralytics and can often prevent movement. Anger and a personalized sense of justice are motivators. So in the book, he is inclined to pursue. In this film, he is forced to leave. There is nothing to stop Eragon from hiding in the woods, or simply leaving Alagasia altogether, as apparently Saphira is full grown according to this film. Indeed, after the inheritance cycle in the books, he ends up doing exactly this, although he is doing so to find a new home for the dragons. Again, a motivator, not a paralytic. Yet, in this, it's basically just understood that he will join the Varden. The book actually makes a strong point about how, at first, Eragon does not want to do this because he does not want to spend all his time fighting the Empire, but his hand is eventually forced. He and Saphira talk out their options, which come down to 3. 1. Join the Empire, 2. Flee to Serta and hide, or 3. Join the Varden. It's pointed out that eventually they will simply not be able to hide in the Empire. They are too notable and too important, and, should he manage to kill the Razak, Galbatorix himself may start to crack down. Eragon only at that point agrees he would go to the Varden over his other 2 options. However, he does not actually go to them simply out of his desire to join them. He does so to save Arya's life, which we will end up getting to when this film feels like it, and not a damn second sooner, apparently. The other result of this film is that things feel as if Brom is bringing Eragon along on his journey. Eragon has no goal or focus, so it is really only Brom's desire to bring him to the Varden that is moving things along in this film, whereas in the book, Brom is supporting Eragon's quest. This is problematic because the fact of the matter is that Eragon has no reason to go with Brom right now, and certainly expresses no desire to join the Varden. He's not expressed a desire to fight, he's not expressed a desire for more. Moreover, this removes agency from our protagonist. Choice is removed. Brom is the dungeon master, railroading players so damn hard that they have no actual influence on the game they are playing. We get some shots of them riding along in the mountains over what feels like an afternoon, although I'm sure it's supposed to be several days. At least I would hope. Brom tells Eragon to call his dragon, and he refuses, stating that he would have stayed behind and fought the Razak. Brom berates him for this, which is at least adjacent to a conversation in the book, although not quite as in-depth as that one. Also, I have to object to this line.
The Razak kill mercilessly. That's what they do.
The Razak are King Galbatorix's personal spies, scouts, and are able to recover valuable information for him. In fact, in the book, it is they who bring Galbatorix information on Eragon. To imply that they are nothing more than simple killers belittles them, which will be doubly problematic later on when we're supposed to see combat prowess in action. And inaction is precisely the right word for it. Also, Brom mentions that Saphira will be protecting him against the Razak, but she's not implied to have any knowledge of them in this film. In the book, after she kidnaps Eragon, she is in a rage, not against him, but against the Razak, as her genetic memories have given her some information on them, and she lists them as murderers, thinking Eragon is in danger, which, to be fair, she was right.
But a boy of 15, 16?
17.
17, forgive me.
A, this is your son, Brom. You should probably know how old he is. B, no, he is not 17. He is 15. Why did you age him up, film? This is an exceptionally odd choice. I don't know why they did this unless they just genuinely had no clue what his age was in the book, even though it is literally the first line in the 3rd paragraph of the 1st chapter. Spoilers is 17 at the time of filming, but it's not as if he couldn't have passed for a couple of years younger. I could almost believe this was done to help progress the romance between him and Arya, but it doesn't really exist in this film, so I can't imagine that had anything to do with it.
But I think even a 17-year-old boy might probably last a minute against Durza's assassins.
That's actually unusually generous in the timing, aside from him being wrong about them belonging to Durza. I mean, most professional sword fights don't last 10 seconds, at least not without armor.
Durza's a shade, a sorcerer, possessed with demonic spirits.
Huh. That's actually right. I mean, it's not as detailed as it should be. Sorcerers in this world use spirits to accomplish their magic, unlike the riders and elves who have a connection to it through their bond to the dragons. However, should a sorcerer summon spirits who are too powerful for them to control, they will take over the sorcerer's body and turn them into a shade. In Durza's case, this happened when his adoptive father Hag was slaughtered by some men in the night. He summoned spirits to take his revenge, only to wind up becoming the monstrous shade. I mention all of this here because the film does not. At all.
You just pray to heaven he doesn't find you, because the king won't rest until he does.
This emphasizes that weirdness of motive I mentioned earlier. Eragon has not been shown to have any type of disdain for the Empire, outside of their shutting down Brom's story.
Can't get involved. I've got work to do. It's not that I like the Empire, I hate it, but there's nothing I can do about it right now.
It really doesn't take that much to show why somebody might want to fight the big bad evil team, but you haven't given what little that takes. Eragon is more item than character in this film, being shuffled along wherever the plot wants him to be at any given moment, with little to no real motivation for his actions.
You're the Varden's only hope. They've got a stronghold in the Boa Mountains.
I'm sorry, they have a stronghold where? Surely you meant they have a stronghold in the Beor Mountains. Boa? Where did you even get Boa from Beor? I don't blame Jeremy Irons for this. I suspect this is the George Lucas thing again. You know, well, people can just say it however one want and it'll be localized. You know, that attitude that led to Luke mispronouncing the name of his home planet.
I'll meet you at the rendezvous point on Tatooine.
Don't get me wrong, I can understand why certain people might mispronounce other names or planets in a film like Star Wars. After all, the tongue that could easily form certain sounds and names might not comfortably perform that which was crafted by another. This is an issue present in our own world, but Brom should not have this issue in comparison to other people in the Empire. Heck, in the book, though not in this film, Murtaugh has a very strong accent, but even he correctly pronounces it Beor.
I've seen things you could never imagine.
You know, this is just stereotypical levels of dramatic past.
I've seen some things, man, and some stuff. I wouldn't recommend it.
In the books, he simply laughs and says, "What? You don't think I've always been an old man in Carvajal, do you?"
I know she hears your thoughts. Now call your dragon.
This line in particular seems like a middle finger to the book, because it is this bit of knowledge that leads Brom to realize that Eragon is the new dragon rider. When Eragon is pestering Brom with dragon questions, he mentions that the imaginary traitor talked about how dragons can hear the rider's thoughts. Brom instantly denies this, saying it's in none of the old stories and he knows them all. This is a bit odd because mind reading and shielding isn't strictly unique to riders. It's allegedly a rare ability, but by the end of the books everyone seems to be doing it. Look, as I mentioned, I like the books, but they are far from perfection. Eragon calls the dragon back, asking if she can find them, to which she responds that she never left, which is a bit off-putting because what the hell was the last 5 minutes of this film then? Why did we do that? They have a quick apology scene, sort of, and Brom is introduced to Saphira. This is a scene full of missed opportunities. I actually blame the writers and the director for this. Brom is seeing a dragon for the first time in a long while. He's seeing a dragon of roughly the same hue and of the same name as the dragon he lost. He's seeing the hope of the return of the dragons and riders restored, and there is a brief moment where he seems slightly pleased, and then moves into being completely analytical without so much as a proper hello. I understand the irony in me, of all people, encouraging an emotional response over an analytical one, but we need to care about these characters, and thus far, we don't. The book makes a point of how respectful he is towards Saphira. He understands what it is before him, and he even flatters her for a fair bit to earn her approval. He gets to hold long conversations with her mentally, where he actually takes the opportunity to impart several pieces of knowledge to her, though he makes her swear not to tell Eragon in the ancient language, and we will get to that. Oh, don't you worry. We will get to how horribly this movie fucks up the magic system of this world. But Brom breaks down how Saphira is a fine young dragon.
And soon, strong enough to ride.
Okay, where to start with that line? Firstly, what did the cloud thing do if you're implying she is not yet big enough to ride? Or I suppose he didn't say big enough, he said strong enough. Saphira gotta be eating them weights. Is stage 1 of the cloud dragon puberty and they still have to grow after that? Humans suffer some 5 years or more of pimples and growing pains. Dragons do a bit of zappy zap and that's it. Because she really doesn't get any bigger throughout this film. Secondly, she's already strong enough to ride. He's done just that. If I were to be charitable, and I mean a huge company 2 weeks before tax season charitable, we could presume that this film means she is not yet strong enough to take proper long flights, which is why the first flight was so problematic. Man, If only we had a second or two of time to explain what that meant. Or even better, a few minutes of a montage to show that she was still growing, and had been, over a good period of time. But Eragon says he won't write her again, and Brom insists that the prophecy that doesn't actually exist in this story was about him. Okay, there's a rather neat little thing in the books where it's revealed that Eragon was indeed named after the first dragon rider, and this makes a little more sense for his mom once you understand his family tree. His father was a dragon rider, his half-brother will become a dragon rider, his mother's first husband was a rider, and of course, he ends up becoming a rider. So it is not to say that the idea of him becoming a destined champion, marking the return of the dragons, can't work, but it loses so much when you overly state it. Sometimes the magic of a world is actually increased by something being a rule of the world the characters simply do not know. Not that this is always true. For example, the fall of the Jedi Order in Star Wars really can't happen if they never knew the prophecy of the Chosen One. Harry likely would not approach his battle with Voldemort in the same way as he does if it were not for the prophecy. But in this film, no. Here, stating it does not help move things along until the movie arbitrarily chooses a motive for Eragon, regardless of what we've seen and been shown up until now. In the book, he's terrified to ride Saphira again because she unintentionally stripped all the skin off his legs with her scales. When he brings this up, Brom informs him he simply needs to make a saddle. And indeed, she has a saddle later on in this film, though they don't show them making it. It's implied they just got a dragon saddle somewhere. Love when you're antiquing and you just see a dragon saddle hanging around.
The Varden need a rider if they are to defeat Durza and the king.
I didn't ask for any of this.
But you were chosen, nevertheless.
This film is certainly just married to that idea, isn't it? Eragon doesn't want to do anything, but the galaxy is just going to heap responsibility onto him. You know, from what this film tells us, Eragon is actually a rather tragic story of a boy who just wants to keep his head down and work on a farm, but is forced against his will to battle, and indeed head an army, and fight against magical creatures and beings he shouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell against. Are Brom and the Varden kind of dicks? Because this film makes them seem like they're kind of being dicks. But the film actually does get one thing right. Nearly.
A dragon will only hatch if it feels the presence of its rider. It'll wait forever if it has to.
What he says is true.
Okay, so they're skipping over a more detailed explanation, but for once I will give some allowance there. The proper explanation is that dragons hatch when the circumstances are advantageous for them. In the wild, that is most often depicted by the presence and access to food. However, if a human or an elf touches a dragon egg, and that dragon accepts that person as their rider, they will hatch. Saphira easily could have not hatched for Eragon if she did not like him. That's a little detail that helps explain why the eggs had not hatched up until this point, and indeed why the two remaining eggs Galbatorix has at this point have not hatched.
But now it's found you. It will serve you and only you, and that's put your life in danger. Because the easiest way for the king to destroy your dragon is to kill you.
But he doesn't want to destroy Saphira. He literally can't. She's the only female dragon left, and he wants to bring the dragons back.
A rider will live on if his dragon is killed. But if a rider dies...
so does his dragon.
Alright, and pause. Yeah, here's another example of the film introducing a dum-dum for no easily explainable reason. This is not how this is supposed to work. Dragons and riders form an extremely tight-knit bond with one another. They spend more time thinking one another's thoughts, feeling one another's feelings, and are impossible to fully separate. This comes to a point of contention a few times, such as in Eragon's romantic pursuits, where Saphira warns him it is impossible for her to view the one he is interested in from an objective lens, because she sees them through his eyes. Likewise, she is reluctant to allow him to take a romance, because his feelings for that person would so completely entangle with and eventually become her own. Dragons and riders are linked utterly and completely. They serve as partners in mind and heart. It is a rather unique aspect to dragons and partnerships that Paolini has penned, and it's one of the things I most like in his work.
It's a love story, no doubt. I mean, he pangs for the dragon when they're apart. The dragon pangs for him. And they have this kind of oneness. They're speaking to each other through the power of their mind. And you can equate that with a long-term relationship. Sometimes if you're with someone, you don't have to talk, you know what they're thinking.
The reason that killing a rider or a dragon usually, though not always, kills the other is because they are so linked that when a part of them that is so integral to their sense of being dies, it actually kills them too, a la broken heart syndrome. This is not a sure thing though, on either side. Brom in the books does indeed live after his dragon is killed, as does Galbatorix previous to his theft of Shrukin. Later in the books though, Glader, the golden dragon who teaches Saphira, gives them his heart of hearts before he goes off into battle, and while his body and his rider Oramus are slain, his essence lives on in his Eldunari, although it is still heartbroken and in pain for quite some time after Oramus is killed. The dragons and the riders are very nearly the same entity, which is why killing one usually kills the other, and is actually rather a romantic bit of writing from Paulini's sense. I have no clue where from or why this film has invented that if the dragon specifically dies, the rider will live, but not the other way around. What the hell is that film? We then get an entirely unneeded scene where Durza tells the Urgals to hunt down Eragon after torturing one of them for literally no reason.
Simple. And to the point!
People like to point out that Darth Vader chokes people for no reason, but he really doesn't. I'm not defending the choking mind, not my kink. But he does it on, as best I can recall, 3 occasions in the OT. Once when somebody mouths off to him and doubts the use of the Force, to which he stops after a bit of prying from Tarkin. Once after an officer fails him too many times by alerting the rebels to their presence above Hoth. Once after his newly promoted admiral loses the Falcon in the middle of space. And it's worth noting that the second of these occasions is the only one in which someone is killed, but it's used as a punishment. Oh, I guess there's also Kenobi with Bree. We don't talk about that. Point being that Vader does not needlessly kill or maim his own people for no reason. At least not in the OT. Orcs will do that, but orcs are horribly twisted monstrosities who are more instinct than sensible being, so it makes sense for them. Durza just appears to fuck with and kill the Urgals for not being able to do what even the Razak could not do, which makes no fucking sense. Why did you go down in your henchman letter? More to the point of the matter though, why are we seeing this? This doesn't help anything in this film. We aren't getting anything further in plot, character, or world building with this. You can literally cut it out and lose nothing that a throwaway line about the Urgals working for the king would not serve, and serve far better, in fact. That is actually similar to how the book handles the matter, by mentioning Urgals have been seen in the Empire, having them try and capture Eragon for their master, who was later deduced to be the king. Yet this film has yet to even explain Urgals in any capacity. Why do you show us Urgals and never explain what they're supposed to be? Movie, you have to understand. Things like you are the reason why safety scissors exist. You are why there are instructions for how to cook a Pop-Tart.
Durza will send his Urgals after us.
I know. You know how I know? I just saw it. I don't know why I just saw it, because you can cut that scene now and lose actually nothing.
Tell Saphira to fly above us and scout the countryside for Urgals.
You... Film. She can understand Brom. You know that, right? Why is he talking as if she's not in the room? Well, the clearing, I guess.
Or worse, Razaks. If they find us, we'll have no chance.
Oh, wow. Sure hope you stick to that film. Sure hope the Razak don't suck and die in this. That would be unfortunate.
Do as he says. But be careful.
You be careful.
Oh, so you do understand that Saphira is not just a dumb lizard. Why? Then why? What brand of bleach did you mistake for tap water? You are the reason why McDonald's feels they have to put pictures of the food on the menu. It is because of you that Jimmy Marquis still has a job. But Saphira flies off and we see the Razak are standing on a hill. Man, sure I'm glad to know they're being followed. Who wants tension and an unknown element in a film? Who wants to be scared of the bad guys? That's actually part of the problem here. This film is terrified someone will not understand something, and will plot every given moment so painstakingly slow as to show you everything in the plot, and in its haste to do this, it forgot what character and world building are. Brom and Eragon ride, presumably for several days, but who knows. And then we hear a girl scream in the distance. Nothing will come of this. We see what Brom refers to as Urgals, and Eragon wants to fight them to help the people. Brom refuses because Eragon does not know how to fight. I'm of two minds about this. On one hand, yes, he does need to learn how to use a sword. That's a vital part of his training. But he was, and already should be, quite accomplished with a bow. In fact, for much of the first novel, he's a far more skilled bowman than he is with a blade, though he eventually becomes fairly capable, for a human at any rate. There's also a nasty bit of exposition in here that's so unneeded it made me want to laugh.
My cousin, Roran and I.
Film, not only do we and Brom both know who this is, you have yeeted him out of existence, and he is not coming back. Why? What is your malfunction? Who pees on your head in the morning?
We trained. With swords.
What? No, you don't. You play fight with farm equipment. What the fuck are you going on about, film? I don't think they even own swords. But we get our one and only sword training scene in this entire film. Now, yes, on one hand, Eragon gets his ass kicked, and he should. That's good. On the other, I just mentioned that this sort of training should be happening over and over, and it will never happen again. It's just... ugh. And what just happened to the panic and tension over in the town that was being ransacked by the Urgals? That has just fucked off into the ether because the film says so. Also, it was super foggy and now it's bright. Did you leave? Why did we not see that? Why did you leave and presumably travel a very long way, judging by the weather, only to then have this training moment? Why do you intentionally stub your toes on coffee tables? Also, it's less of an issue if this were 2 or 3 sessions in, but Eragon actually does score a hit on Brom, which, given Brom's decades of strength and experience, is incredibly insulting. Jump cut to Brom trying to start a fire by smashing rocks together. That's not... the movie, I'm not even going to try to go into it. Point being that this scene is almost like a scene in the book, and yet not like it at all. In the book, they spend several days on the windy plains, and on the first night there, Brom is struggling to light a fire, so he uses the magic word Brisingur to start it. Though at the time, Eragon does not realize this, thinking that Brom is using the word as a strange swear. In this film, they are in the woods, far from any strong winds whatsoever, and it just takes Brom looking as if he doesn't really know how to start a fire, so he uses the word rather casually, which Eragon calls attention to, only for Brom to engage in an exceptionally obvious form of deflection.
How did you do that? What did you just do?
I started a fire.
But to jump back a hair, Eragon asks if Saphira can breathe fire, to which Brom points out she's still too young, which, okay, that's fine, that's book accurate. But then Saphira says this.
Don't dragons breathe fire?
She's not old enough to sustain a flame.
Lucky for you.
What is this? Why are you inventing this thing of Saphira being pissed off at Brom? Where are you getting that from, film? Where is this animosity supposedly coming from? Last they interacted, she was pleased with his flattery, and now she's acting as if she's going to attempt to eat him. Are we missing a scene? What do you think happened that Saphira is pissed off with him? This is followed by an even bigger stupid 2 seconds later.
He doesn't trust me.
Maybe we need to trust him first.
I'm sorry, is this the same dragon that literally just threatened to barbecue the man? Why does this feel like it was written by modern-day Disney? Disney, the bar is so low for you on this reboot, by the way, that's buried so deep in the earth no one can possibly find it again. Literally so long as you don't shit yourself on the word go, you'll be winning, though you've proven time and time again how literally incapable you are of succeeding. So, here's hoping you'll give me something else to make a video on.
Now get to sleep. With any luck tomorrow, by the end of the day, we will have slipped through Daret unseen. Then it's the foothills of the Boar Mountains and a straight shot to the Varden.
How, Brom? How? You are here, Daret is here, the Varden are here. You literally have an overwhelming majority of the Empire to cross through. The easy answer would be that they are using a different map than the one from the book, which would be stupid, but we actually saw the map briefly in Galbatorix's throne room, and no they are not. They ride to some really unfittingly epic music. It might be in the hope that the music is strong enough to distract you from the realization that the tracking in the background hills is off in this shot, meaning that the Ford Hills appear to casually be causing some horrible vertigo. Ugh. But this track is ironically better than most of the battle music, though there's really not much reason for it. Apparently, the music is so amazing that Brom temporarily changes into Murtaugh for a shot, despite him not being in this film yet. Oh, that's a nice film. That's good for you.
Oh, good for you! And how was it? I hope it was fucking good because it's useless now, isn't it?
Yeah, you're a movie. Feels like when a toddler shows you a finger painting and you have to pretend it's not just mush. Who's technically a film? You are! But then we come up on Daret, and Eragon is having dreams of Arya. They cross a bridge where Brom should be scamming a man before buying their first horses, but the man is not here and Brom isn't scamming anyone, so yeah. He tells Eragon to buy bread but not to talk to anybody, which seems impossible to do both, but Eragon isn't actually even going to try, so it hardly matters. We get our first glimpse of Murtaugh, who should not be here already, but this film wants to do a sus, so it doesn't care about what it should be doing. It's Uncharted all over again. He immediately walks into a hut, randomly, and comes upon who this film will call Angela. Angela in the books is a crazy witch lady, who is unironically one of the best parts of the entire story. I would like to demonstrate why by reading a passage that is our introduction to this character. She was holding a frog in one hand and writing with the other. Eragon assumed that she was Angela, the herbalist. On either side of the store was a house. Which one do you think is his? He asked. Brom deliberated, then said, "Let's find out." He approached the woman and asked politely, "Could you tell us which house Jode lives in?" "I could," she continued writing. "Will you tell us?" "Yes." She fell silent, but her pen scribbled faster than ever. The frog on her hand croaked and looked at them with baleful eyes. Brom and Eragon waited uncomfortably, but she said no more. Eragon was about to blurt something out when Angela looked up. "Of course I'll tell you. All you have to do is ask. Your first question was whether or not I could tell you, and the second was if I would tell you, but you never actually put the question to me." "Then let me ask properly," said Brom with a smile. "Which house is Jode's, and why are you holding a frog?" "Now we're getting somewhere," she bantered. "Jode is on the right. And as for the frog, he's actually a toad. I'm trying to prove that toads don't exist, that there are only frogs." "How can toads not exist if you're holding one in your hand right now?" interrupted Eragon. "Besides, what good will it do, proving there are only frogs?" The woman shook her head vigorously, dark curls bouncing. No, you don't understand. If I can prove that toads don't exist, then this is a frog and never was a toad. Therefore, the toad you see right now doesn't exist. And," she raised a small finger, "if I can prove there are only frogs, then toads won't be able to do anything bad, like make teeth fall out, cause warts, and poison or kill people. Also, witches won't be able to use any of their evil spells, because, of course, there won't be any toads around." She is honestly one of my favorite side characters, and she is, of course, the friend to the weircat Solumbum, the strange shape-shifting cat of unusual knowledge and intellect. Weircats are beings who can mentally speak with people, and often appear where things are most interesting, nudging events into place but rarely being directly involved in affairs. He is a fascinating character that actually delivers a couple pieces of information to Eragon. Can't wait to see what this film did to him. Oh, they didn't. Hey, film. Why do you cut the fantasy out of your fantasy? Well, maybe they did a really, really great job with Angela. I mean, it's only the character named for the author's sister who has a dedication in the book. Angela is portrayed by singer Josh Stone, who is actually quite talented in her own right.
On the midnight train to Georgia. Even on the midnight train to Georgia. I'd rather live in his world than be without him in mine.
She has expressed that she had no idea why they picked her for this role, and her performance in this is slightly stiff and awkward. However, I imagine this comes down to poor direction. MTV. Do you put out the word that you want to be in a movie, or do they come to you? Josh Stone. I know, it's really strange. I was like, why do you want me? I'm a singer. I don't know why he wanted me, but he did. I honestly cannot fathom the idea behind this outside of the choice of, hey, she's got a big name, what if we put her in this? Wish I could think of another example where this happened.
Amazing. So who'd be a good fit to play Nathan Drake, the main character? Well, right off the bat, you're not asking the right question, my man. I'm not. Now, see, the better question is, who's a popular actor right now? Oh, I felt like my question was good, too. No, it wasn't. That was a stupid question.
She comes out wearing what has to be one of the strangest dresses in existence. Is this all fish scales? What have you done? What have you done, film? She then offers out of nowhere to read his fortune. And while Angela does read Eragon's fortune in the book, there is a whole conversation beforehand. Also, she does this thing where she refers to herself in third person.
Do you wish Angela to read your fortune?
But I have no money.
Did Angela ask for money?
Yeah, I don't know what this is either, because that's not in the book. Like, yes, she's weird in the book, but it's more charming weird. It's laughable. It's endearing. This is, I presume it's supposed to be creepy weird. It's just strange. It's like a frog croaking in perfect 4/4 time. Like, I want to look at it, but it's also not doing what I was prepared for, or what it should be doing. In the book, Eragon accepts the fortune reading out of a morbid curiosity, and then realizes as she says some words of power that she is using proper magic. But she doesn't use a spell in this film. Her eyes just go a bit foggy and someone breathes into the mic. Oh no, she's one of them ASMR witches. I heard of them.
Great battles rage around you.
Can't be. I don't understand.
Motherfucker, you utter bland pancake without a brain. You are the first writer in ages, the only writer outside of the king, and in the book he wasn't shocked by his importance at all. Not being arrogant, but simply thinking quite rightly. No surprises there. I am a writer.
And a girl. She calls to you in your dreams. She's part of your past and your future.
Oh hey, welcome to this film inventing more shit. In the book, she simply defined Arya as an epic romance that may or may not work out with a girl of royal lineage. Movie Eragon asks for her name, which I can only surmise he does not get back because the next shot is him exiting the hut. That's not my cut, that's theirs. They did that. Anyway, Eragon leaves and suddenly Urgal. Maybe he could have seen better if night hadn't fallen in like 10 minutes. Brom saves Eragon, then berates him for being stupid. But hey, at least that's a little like the book. A lot late, but still a little. It's also one of the film's few attempts at actual humor, and to do so it applies one of the most tired tropes in cinema.
The fortune teller.
Does she tell you about him?
They keep moving forward, and suddenly Urgal and Brom isn't using a sword. No, he got stick. Stick good. Stick do bonk. Bonk good. Mind you, this might remain true of Disney's reboot, because swords are actually largely meant to stab somebody, and we've seen from Lucasfilm exactly how ineffective a stab to the chest is these days. They start running when suddenly two more Urgals, two very slow Urgals, Are you actually trying to get them right now? Fuck me, a scene like this walked so the Leia chase scene in Kenobi could run. Brom does some fighting, allegedly. I sure as shit can't make heads or tails of what's happening, or who's doing what, but Brom beats one, I think, and is nearly killed by the other, so Eragon shoots it. Hey, see how he's using his bow, film? Because that's what he's good with? Why didn't you have him make that point earlier?
Oh, fuck it, I'm not gonna ask you to start making sense now. I stand a better chance of establishing peace in the Middle East.
But then from underneath Eragon, suddenly Urgal. And we see more suddenly Urgals, and who knows where they're coming from, because fuck me, this camera work is horrible. These could have been shot on separate days for all I can tell. Brom would have had a great chance to use his sword, but instead does a bonk with a torch. That's a choice. They even put it in slow motion. Don't get me wrong, Emperors flying around in slow motion isn't the worst use of it, but they come off the heels of a really sad shot of a fight scene, and it's just, well, it's the Eragon movie, if you follow my meaning. But Eragon can't free himself, which almost makes sense, as Urgals are supposed to be incredibly strong. The fact is that it isn't crushing him or moving him in any way whatsoever, and so it's just convenient as all get out. It's literally suspending him in place so Brom can wind up in a bad spot. But after a long moment, Eragon accidentally uses magic, and this is perhaps one area where I would like to cut the film some sympathy points. A couple, not many. Not enough to undo 1/100th of the dumb in this film.
Not enough for you to barter with. Not in the amount you're talking about.
But yes, in the books there's a detailed account of how Eragon fills up with what is essentially a magical pressure. He has a huge swell of energy, so much so that he's basically a 5-pound bag filled with 10 pounds of magical poof, and he needs to release it somehow. So he draws upon the fire for word So he draws upon the word for fire almost subconsciously, and that was always going to be difficult to bring across without it being completely nonsensical, because it doesn't really make sense in the book either. And it definitely wasn't going to make sense with 50% of the understanding removed. That having been said, there is certainly more that could have and should have been done with this. There are ways to indicate, largely through sound, the feeling of internal pressure. Literally, just making a speeding heartbeat would have helped a little. Watch, I'll do it. You also could have used a high-pitched whistling, even some better music that was almost overpowering, building up, just for the sound to all drop out the moment he utters the spell. There are things you can do to bring it across much better than you did here. But I will say, as my teentiest tiny caveat to that, is that it was never going to be an easy translation. That having been said, they apparently opted not to bother trying. Eragon blows up the bridge and the flames are blue. This is actually appropriate in the book. Many spells, especially magical fire, tended to shift the color to match the appearance of the writer's dragon. I hope they don't strangely forget this rule in the latter half of the film, because shit, that would be awkward. But yes, the bridge is destroyed. There's some shaky cam, the Urgals fall into the water, and he passes out as Saphira does a save. My oh my, but she got here quick, and a good thing too, or else he would be deaded. Will Saphira be frustrated at his lack of responsibility? Will she chide him, or perhaps refuse to be hidden in case he gets into yet more trouble? Or will we completely ignore the fact that Eragon just almost killed himself? Take a guess. Also should go without saying that that is not how it goes down in the book. He has another dream about Arya and wakes up being nursed by Brom.
What happened? Most new dragon riders take years to learn what you discovered by instinct. Magic comes from dragons. It flows through the riders who command them.
I don't like that explanation. It's not as horrible as some of the other things in this film, or indeed, it's not as bad as what the film's about to do. In the book, it's described how a writer learns to use magic. They were given pointless and impossible tasks until they were frustrated enough to access their magic. Eragon, having discovered it accidentally, will have to learn how to use it on the run.
Saphira. She felt your fear as her own. Your bond with her is strong.
Yeah, Brom, as is every writer's relationship with their dragon, save Galbatorix because his dragon didn't hatch for him, and he used magic to create their connection. You should know that. Likewise, your bond with your dragon would have been strong.
Magic must be your last resort. It has rules, it has limitations. Before you cast a spell, you must learn the ancient language of the elves.
Well, yes, Brom, that is one rule for magic. And are you literally going to cover any of the many others? No, just speak the language and that's it. Alright, get your pens ready, class. In the book, it's explained firstly that yes, you do need to speak your spells in the ancient language, and you need to know at least enough of the words to get your intent across. This is an area where Eragon struggles at first, as his knowledge of the language is extremely limited. Also, while speaking in this language, it is impossible to lie, which I mentioned earlier. When using a spell, the power and the distance of what you're trying to do matter a lot. Brom in the book describes that using magic takes just as much energy as using your arms and back. The energy used comes from your body. Use too much and you die outright. Try and squeeze the heart of your opponent to kill them, presuming they don't have a ward? Not too difficult. Try to crush their skull? Considerably more difficult if you have the strength to do it at all. In fact, in the second book, Oramus berates Eragon for stating his spells as absolutes, because if you're using magic to combat another person's spell, you lock yourself into either overpowering them or dying if you don't put a caveat in your wording. Now the film tries to explain this.
Before you can cast a spell, you must have the physical strength to withstand its effect. Some spells may leave you weakened. Other spells, as you found out on the bridge, can leave you unconscious. And yet other spells, if you use them before you're ready, will kill you.
And again, the line of "as if you used your arms and back" is a far cleaner way to state things. Also, they don't explain that distance matters a hell of a lot in Magic, which doesn't answer the all-important question of why not just blow up your enemy when they're a mile off? Why not just stop the king's breathing from where you are right now? Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is something they should be able to do, but if you're giving us clear and hard rules, you should explain why you can't do something like that, much as Paulini does in the book. But yes, those rules are the basic beginnings, and future books will get far more nuanced rules of its use, such as the fact that certain things just don't work, ever, such as bringing back the dead. I mentioned in the lesson of phrasing spells is an adjustable metric instead of an absolute, so you can release the magic if required. You can cast spells without speaking if your mind is focused on thinking the words clearly and without distraction, though this is dangerous because it's far easier to screw up the word by thought alone. It's possible to store magical energy in items, particularly gemstones. Writers also have the unique ability to draw on the strength of their dragons, as they are so closely linked with one another. It's even possible to draw energy from the plant and animal life around you, though this will almost always kill several of the creatures and plants you draw the energy from, and thus most people are reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Now, not all of that is important to this film, but my point is that this magic system is actually rather rule-driven. It's a good thing. I have mentioned in other videos that the magic gets fucky later in the books, but in its inception it's actually one of my favorite magic systems because it's very concise and very clear on how it works. This is often referred to as a hard magic system as opposed to, say, Harry Potter magic or the MCU. That being said, reaching for your magic is something that takes a lot of skill and practice, but this film is allergic to those things, so we won't be getting any of that. So they show Eragon eagerly learning a few of the words, which is not sufficient, but it's better than nothing. Like, barely. Just one step up from nothing. Also, he learns about the word for branch specifically because this film wants to do a dumb later on, and it was so confident in this dumb it wanted to set it up.
What's the word for tree?
Tree is Trayvon.
And the branch?
Gweister.
Gweister.
I don't get why you couldn't just have Brom quizzing Eragon as they're writing, or show him training with simple spells. You had the time, film. You had ample time. You had Mrs. Applegate's bosom size level of time.
Let's talk to my well-endowed teacher. Right? It's like, whoa! Although, it is worth noting.
Wait, she's very open about it, as it turns out. I'm Mrs. Applegate. I have been well endowed with excellent teaching qualities.
Oh, this is great.
Well, since we've announced ourselves so spectacularly to the world, we're gonna have to find another way through these hills. Of course, that would be a lot easier if you were flying.
But you and the horses still have to go on foot. I know this is just a preamble to the flying segment, and okay, fine, but it would be one thing if you were suggesting Eragon needed to scout a path for them, which doesn't happen. Plus, Brom confidently knew his way around before, and now suddenly doesn't. What happened? Must have rolled real low on that nature check, I guess. Then Saphira popped up, magically having obtained a saddle. Great. In the books, there's actually a nice little segment about how Brom taught Eragon to make one, even making the straps adjustable so they could adjust it as Saphira grows. But in this one, apparently, Saphira just went down to the supply store and picked one up. Knowing this film's level of dumb, maybe she went up into another cloud and got it zapped onto her. But they decide to even explain it.
You can thank Brom for the saddle.
Film... why? When I said she got it from the cloud, you know I wasn't being serious, right? I assume Brom was somehow responsible for the saddle, I just don't understand how. That is very well made, and it looks to have some pretty decent material. And unlike the books, y'all didn't steal a good amount of leather when you left Carva Hall, intending to make a saddle. So, never mind. Movie, you give me brain hemorrhages. Saphira jumps off the cliff, there's some really regrettable green screen work, and then the music swells. There's a bit of an instruction where she tells him to lean, but he leans too far.
I want to die, so I'm going home.
And I have to stop on this for a moment. He's leaning into the turn, not away from it. So this instruction to lean is not to keep him upright or positioned as she turns, because that would make some sense. No, instead this leaning is how one steers a dragon, I presume. Sure. Maybe if I were being generous at her current side, someone leaning hard one way or the other might influence her, but certainly not when she's a decent size. Again, in the book, they mention that dragons grow so large that you cannot actually straddle them anymore and instead sit atop them as they fly. You're not leaning to steer jack shit at that point. That'd be like leaning to steer your car. But moreover, and to the point, he doesn't have to steer her. Aside from that, they have a far quicker and more effective method of communication via a mental link. Saphira is not a horse. She's quite capable of thinking and acting independently of the writer, meaning Eragon can fight without having to focus on where he's going. There's a lot more CGI, some of which is almost better than the graphics of the accompanying game, and Brom shouts up to Eragon. This film is going to pretend he's even in the same range as them and somehow kept up. Oh, I know, sure, they just looped back, but unless this is a previously planned route on Saphira's part, which we know it isn't because Eragon is allegedly steering her, there is no way that Brom kept up with them, or that they can remotely hear him. And even if A and B were not problems, they are not in one place long enough for this message to reach them. We're back on the short bus, everybody, let's keep it moving. But then the film decides it's going to introduce something stupid. It wants to do a bit of setup. Saphira has a line about how when they are truly one, whatever the fuck that means, he'll be able to fight from anywhere, including the tail. This is... I don't know what this is. This is entirely an invention of the film, and it's not even remotely like the stupid prophecy speak or whatever it was earlier. This is nothing. This isn't even a little bit of a thing. But the film is doing this, so in its final fight, it will use the tail and think it's being clever. Eragon tries to try it, but quickly backs down. Now, if we take that attempt in a vacuum and literally detach everything else from it, it's not horrible. Eragon hears of a more advanced move reliant on a strong connection, but their relationship is not yet strong enough to try and pull off the move, rescued at the end of the film when it is. The problem, or should I say problems, for there are a few, are that 1. Eragon and Saphira are already incredibly connected, and they really aren't shown to grow, learn about, or learn to care to trust one another more than they already do in this film's version of events. Oh, sure, in the book they do that a bit. There's several moments where they're forced to work with or give in to what the other one is struggling with. For example, after fleeing Kerbal, Eragon and Brom walk and then ride horses for quite some time after leaving Daret. Then Saphira tackles Eragon to the ground, insisting he should ride her as she is his dragon. She is offended and points out that his repeated riding of the horse over her is a sign that she thinks he does not care for her. Eragon, meanwhile, is reluctant to ride Saphira because the first time she did, there was no control and she stripped his legs basically to the muscles with her scales. Once they fly together with the addition of the saddle, they both find exhilaration and joy in it, and it actually helps connect them. He promises to fly with her more often, and they grow closer. Now, mind you, the scene I've briefly described is exactly where the film is at this point in time. In fact, this is supposed to be that scene, but none of that same weight is presented in it. 2. Fighting from the tail is not a sign of connection, and it makes no sense, it's just incredibly dangerous. For fuck's sake, you fell off your dragon trying to turn. 3. Eragon has yet to fight from anywhere on Saphira, and she has yet to fight at all. 4. How does she know about this? I could accept that she would have an understanding of dragon's pride and maybe a few basic understandings of how riders and dragon interact, most likely from talking to Brom, but you haven't done what the book did and give her genetic memories, and given their brief amount of time together, I have a hard time accepting he would have told her about some of the bullshit like fighting from the tail. 5. They're about to do something that screams a far more personal connection than fighting from the tail could ever do. Eragon uses the spell Brom literally just taught him, unprompted, as one of the maybe 5 things in the ancient language he knows, sure film, and he sees the world in the way that Saphira does. Now this vision thing was at least similar to an event in the book, though there wasn't a spell required for it, they just basically opened their minds completely to one another and became one in mind in Saphira's body, where he felt her emotions and her muscles. He could feel every single move she made. It's even mentioned how he could feel her using her tail like a giant rudder, and I will quote rather quickly here, it surprised him just how much she depended on it. But apparently she just wants to perch him on that shit because that shows a bond. Sure, film, when you're done drinking paint, be sure and let the rest of us know, won't you? But Eragon sees the world through his CGI dragon eyes. In the books, it talks about how reds and greens were somewhat dulled, as blues took on a higher prominent and a greater range of hues. So what did they do to accomplish this in the film? Turn the saturation all the way up. Yeah, because that's the same thing. Fuck man, even a monochrome filter would have been better than that. Look, my editing is shit and I slapped this together in 60 seconds. Granted, my PC wasn't built in 2006, but this is still not exactly cutting edge techniques I'm using here. This is literally just a small color adjustment and a selective color filter. Again, not amazing or anything, but if I can get the idea across, they certainly could have. Brom is pleased with this, but Saphira shows him her eyes can telescope. No, I'm not kidding. She says, watch this, and then zooms in, and we cut to Brom. This was intentional. They are telling us this is an ability that she has. Oh, well, I'm sure it won't get even dumber in a moment. But the music does a happy, and suddenly Razak, because it wants plot to happen. I suggest any of you at home take a moment to prepare yourselves.
Wake up, we're here.
Brace yourself, we're about to be violated.
They were so cynical.
This movie's list of sins and grievances is no doubt long, but this is probably in my top 5. Although I grant you there is a fuck ton of competition for it, so without actually making that list I can't state that confidently. But Saphira can see the Razak and Brom because she has... I don't suppose this is heat vision. Is that what this is, film? It should go without saying, but yeah, this thing she's doing, this is not in the book. I think it's important to stop and talk about this.
Look, this isn't important.
I disagree.
For one thing, despite my asking, this can't be heat vision, surely. Or there would literally be no squirrels or deers or bears or anything in this forest. 2, she can fucking see shit accurately from miles away, CIA eat your heart out. It can't be magic vision or whatever you'd want to call it, because while magic vision would in fact reveal Brom, it does not show the Razak who do not use magic. Also, I can guess we're just ditching the Razak's parents / mounts. You know, the literal reason they're able to get around so quickly? That's nice to know. It can't be a form of motion sensing for the exact same reason that heat vision doesn't work, in addition to the fact that Saphira is not stationary and is in fact far faster than anything else in this forest. So I can only surmise this is important character vision. And damn if that isn't contrived as all hell. But we can tell that it's the Razak due to Saphira again having a canonical ability to zoom in like a fucking camera. They see the Razak, or as this film calls them, Razaks. For fuck's sake, film, you can't even be right on accident, can you? And then Eragon steers her into an opening in the trees. Now, yes, as I have said before, stupid he is. But Saphira isn't. She's actually quite an experienced flyer by this point in the books, given that it's most of what she does all day, and this is apparently several months into their trip. And she knows, and is fairly large, that, you know, trees are a thing. But, apparently, neither Saphira, Eragon, nor indeed the makers of this film have half a brain. The Razak leap out in front of Brom, classic assassin technique, leaping out way ahead of your enemy to alert them. Listen, when modern-day Assassin's Creed is out assassinating you, it may be time to reevaluate your profession. Brom yells for Eragon to stay out of the fight. Okay, Brom, nice to know you're openly screaming his presence to the Razak. Film, what the shit happened? Was it all of 2 seconds since you bashed your head on the wall and you decided to do it all at once? Despite being behind them, nay, despite chasing the Razak and having important character vision, Eragon is somehow suddenly Razak'd out of nowhere, and they go tumbling. Despite showing and voicing no concern for this, I think the impression is that Saphira is concerned for Eragon, and so she crashes into a tree, as if the trees weren't a problem all on their own. Like, genuinely, if she had crashed into the tree, which sent Eragon flying, only to then be attacked by the Razak, sparking concern, that would have worked far better. But then again, you take the word inedible to be a challenge, so Razak 1 leaps on Eragon. Alright, now, in Book 3, this fight actually takes place, but this is after Eragon has received the mother of all power-up buffs from the dragons during the Elves' version of Burning Man. Even then, he has a hell of a time actually defeating them, although that is partially due to him not having a proper sword at the time. Still, this is a significantly weaker form of Eragon in this film, so this should be a horribly tense fight that he's not able to escape from, ultimately leading to his defeat, and they could perhaps then capture him and imprison him in Gilead, which is not exactly the smoothest way to get us back onto the book's flow, but at least we would then be there. The Razak stomps over Eragon and stands there.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
Then Eragon throws up his hand to cast magic while the Razak stands there. He uses the spell for branch, which he conveniently just learned, and the Razak just stands there. The branch wraps around its neck, and the Razak is dead. I'm not kidding. This kills the Razak. Film, remind me why I'm supposed to think these things are threatening again? He killed it in like 3 seconds. That fella went down like a bitch. Like, in Saints Row Enter the Dominatrix, there's a joke fight where a boss's huge health bar pops up, and then one shot, boom, he's down. They did that, but not as a joke. And ironically, they're far funnier for it. If The Room taught us anything, it's that accidentally pathetic will always be funnier than intentionally pathetic when it comes to talentless acts. Eragon goes to help Saphira when suddenly second Razak. Eragon has no weapon, but he's already killed one without literally any issue, so he's once again surrounded by branches. Come on, Eragon, just do it again. Oh no, he's grabbed a log. Why? I mean, I can't imagine there's a second sword or anything we're gonna pull out later, because if he had that, clearly he would be using it. But okay, yeah, sure, log. Never mind any of that, though, because suddenly Brom. There's a quick fight scene, I'm using that term liberally, relying on close-ups and frequent cuts so you don't have a chance to tell what's actually happening. Seriously, what is this? Or this? Or this? What the shit, film? Then the Razak jumps backwards, Brom follows it, and stab, the Razak is dead. Hooray. The fucking game did a way better job of this shit. They don't even talk about this either. Literally, hang one, stab the other, smash cut to healing her wounds. I thought these guys were supposed to have a big concern about these Razak, but it's as if the film was like, no, mustn't dwell, let's move on, please. No, film, you fucked me over. These deaths are just one of the many reasons they literally could not have made a sequel, by the way. Because the Razak and other characters are rather pivotal to the sequels, and they didn't have them to use. Well, I say they couldn't have made a sequel, I suppose they could have, and it just would have been even farther off from the books, which is almost amazing in its own right. But yeah, they're busy patching Saphira up with a weird type of paste, I guess. In the book, Eragon uses magic to actually heal her wounds, but I mean, this is a choice, I guess. Brom scolds Eragon, who turns the line from earlier back on it.
Do you not listen to anything I tell you?
Better to ask forgiveness than permission.
And Jeremy irons axe. Then he goes to wash his hands off in the river.
Your duty is to reach the Varden alive.
Why? You still literally have not given him a reason to go. Aside from that, if that's his only concern, why not just pop him on the dragon and get him there in a couple days? In the book, aside from the fact that Eragon is hunting the Razak, not trying to go to the Varden, at least not at first, Brom comes along with him to offer guidance and knowledge, 2 things Eragon desperately needs, hence why he doesn't just fly everywhere on Saphira. But if all they're doing is getting him to the Varden no matter what, why not just do that? But Eragon cuts the cloth on Brom's hand to reveal his own dragon mark. Few things here. Jeremy irons is left-handed, best I could find, and while it's certainly not impossible, that does make it a bit odd for him to have touched the dragon with the offhand, because that is where the mark usually appears. Secondly, man, you just stood there for an age while he did that shit. Thirdly, in the book, this is something Brom reveals of his own accord on his deathbed. It's a really touching moment. But I guess we just had to, I don't even know what the goal was. Make Eragon seem competent? Fourth, Saphira is surprised by this.
Dragon Rider.
Of course.
But she hears Eragon's thoughts, unless we're implying he's so stupid even he isn't aware of his thoughts. And I don't know how he could come up with this conclusion enough to start acting on it without Saphira knowing about it. There's a quick bit of acting again on Iron's part.
Where's your dragon?
Dead.
What's this? Something I can actually give credence to in this film? Holy shit. Behold, there shall be a beast rising from the sea with 7 heads and all the rest of it. So I actually do like this single brief delivery here because this does fit Brom's character, both movie and arguably even in the book. I don't like how any of us got here, but this bit itself is not bad. This is clearly something he has been struggling with, and has had to bury for a lot of years. It's weighed on him. This bit of knowledge gives us insight into why he's so frustrated by Eragon's recklessness, especially his willingness to put Saphira in danger. Now that all having been said, 1 sensible second does not redeem any of this film, especially considering what's about to be said in this very scene. But this individual line expressing grief and pain that he's keeping inside, leading to his rough exterior, that's actually all pretty good. Brom explained that Morzin killed his dragon. Irons continues to act as he delivers this bit of exposition.
And while she was trying to protect me, My dragon was killed.
This is a nice scene. It could be better. There really should be a bit of build-up where Brom finally cracks enough to reveal this, because it does have a touch of the Bethesda or BioWare thing, where people spout their whole entire backstory given the first opportunity. Granted, not all of their games are like that, but you get my point. If we were having a really cool moment, a flashback might have been nice, because you're not bound to just have characters talking when it comes to events like this. But I grant that would have been harder and more expensive to show. I guess I'm just speaking idealistically. Still, Iron's delivery here, if not the writing, is sufficient. It is a glimpse into an Eragon movie that might have been passable, or at least nearer to it. But there's a lot that could have been improved.
The writer's name was Morzan. Galbatorix won him over.
For one thing, won him over is a pretty poor phrase on how Galbatorix manipulated and recruited Morzan. In the book, it's emphasized that Morzan was young when Galbatorix fooled and recruited him. It's also made clear that Morzan grows to be a pretty fucking horrible and sadistic person, yet somehow maintains a fair bit of charisma, enchanting his ex-wife. Not literally, I don't think. Also, considering this part of the story revolves around Morzan, it really should have been helpful for us to get some hints of something deeper with Morzan's wife, Brom's eventual lover and Eragon's mother. That would be central to this story, though in this I will give the writer a touch of credit in that that book had not yet been written, and Paulini might not yet have thought of that or been willing to reveal it. Then the scene takes a giant dookie all over itself.
My dragon was killed.
Better we than our riders.
Alright, so aside from that not being how that's supposed to work, which I explained earlier, this massively dilutes Brom's entire point. If it worked the way it would in the book, it would have a lot of strength behind it. It would carry the message of don't make your friend die due to your carelessness, and to a degree that still comes through, though it is altered by this rule being in place. The fact is, if one has to die, yes, it should be the dragon, because the rider can live on, and the dragon cannot. Obviously, the idea ideally would be not to get in an impossible situation in the first place, but point being, once you're there is now an obvious answer to the question of, if one has to, who should die? For example, a more compelling form of sacrifice was presented at the end of Life is Strange 1. In that game, the protagonist, Max, discovers she has the ability to briefly rewind time and undo immediate actions or intervene, though these can often lead to bigger and bigger consequences down the road. For example, based on the actions you take or don't take, and how well you get along with her through parts 1 and 2, you may be able to convince a girl named Kate not to jump from a roof and take her life. This is a pivotal moment that the game does not allow you to undo. In the beginning of that game, you save the life of Chloe, Max's childhood friend, whose life has taken a progressively darker turn since the death of her father. Later on, you attempt to fix things by preventing the drive that would lead to the crash that kills him. The end result of this is that Chloe herself winds up in a nasty car accident that leaves her paralyzed and in quite a bit of misery, so much so that she actually asks for Max to kill her. At the end of that game, it's revealed that because Chloe was meant to die, a cosmic hurricane is going to wipe out the town of Arcadia Bay. You are presented with the final choice. Go back in time and allow Chloe to die, putting things back on a proper timeline, or sacrifice the town to be with Chloe. This was a difficult choice for players, evidenced by the fact that choice resulted in 53% of players saving Arcadia Bay and 47% saving Chloe. That is an insanely close split that remained for a hell of a long time and for all I know is still there. This was because from a purely analytical point of view, one ought to save the town. Far more people after all. But Chloe is the one we have come to connect with on a personal level. However, Chloe understands the danger and tells Max that she should be sacrificed. Chloe is willing to die so that many others will live. She thanks Max for giving her their time as friends before urging her to save the town. This is an idea of a sacrifice that not only makes sense, but carries weight to it. The film just wanted a dramatic moment. The point of this dilemma in every relationship is to question whether you would be willing to sacrifice yourself for the other person, and if you could live on with that person sacrificing themselves for you. But in this case, it's a complete non-starter. It dilutes, if not dissolves, the entire point of that question. Because the question no longer becomes which one of us needs to live, but does either of us get to live? It dilutes everything. It's not even a consideration, and it might carry more weight if the dragons seemed anything less than eagerly willing to lay down their lives for their riders, but they have no personality in this film, which is doubly frustrating, as that's part of what Paulini did not want. Brom has a small spiel in the book about how everyone praised the riders and ignored the dragons as if they were nothing more than transport or tool. This film is going to put the dragons right back in the fucking box, and it actually pisses me off that you would intentionally move us backwards. Jeremy Irons is still desperately trying to pull something acceptable out of this giant turd, and delivers a nice performance.
So I set out to search for Murtaugh. And I found him. I took his sword, and I drove it through his heart. And as he died, so did his dragon. So I hid out in Carver Hall. With a shame.
Again, this is nice. There is a mixture of accomplishment, but pain in his voice as he caused the death of the dragons. That's actually not bad, which is strange as this speech is entirely an invention of the film. It is let down significantly by the CGI dragon and Spillers not really knowing what to do with their faces during this telling. In fact, a more suspicious man might suggest that this part of the story is ADR, and they were not actually reacting to it. They also get Brom's reason for being in Carver Hall wrong, but again, that wasn't written yet, so I can't actually hang them out for that. The movie's best scene now over, we move to a totally pointless bad guy scene. The Urgal approach Durza, who is in the middle of reading the book, and finding out exactly how bad this film got fucky. Then he kills the Urgal. We didn't even a little bit need this scene. Don't get me wrong. He did kill Urgals out of frustration in the prologue, but this is just eviltisms. Then he dark magics Arya to send a message to Eragon, something that did not happen in the book. In fact, it was revealed far later why that happened, and it was... well, to be fair, it was part of the fucky magic in its own right. There's a whole interaction in the film where they're introduced to one another, and... film, you just ruin it.
Tell me your name.
Eragon.
Eragon. I'm Arya.
Aside from this being the most bland acting and dialogue of all time, most of Eragon and Arya's meeting is strained precisely because she doesn't actually meet him until after she is rescued by the self-imposed coma and she's been poisoned. It is not until Eragon reads her mind that they meet and she nearly kills him out of a mental self-defense. But the movie has this really, really weird trap thing going on. Now, in the book, Eragon is given a dream about Arya, and later on when he's learning how to scry or magically monitor things, he decides to scry his dream out of curiosity, only to see her sitting in a cell, convincing him she actually exists. Brom dies to the Razak, and soon after Eragon is captured and imprisoned. That being said, he and Arya are so important that they are taken to the same prison and given double doses of a mind-numbing anti-magic drug. This leads to an actual cool bit where Eragon starves himself so he can unlock the door of his cell. He sees the elf is also held prisoner there and decides to escape with his new colleague Murtaugh. The film will go on to do none of that, at least not in that way. But in this film, having had a dream and knowing he knows absolutely nothing about magic, except that exceptionally talented people want to use it to kill him, he treats this vision as real and starts packing to go rescue her. Again, yes, in the book, he did have a dream about her, and check prison cells for her, but that was after checking as best he could that she was real. Good to see that out of everything in Paulini's universe that got tossed out on the way to making this film, they kept Eragon being a fucking moron, though I don't think it was intentional. As Critical Drinker has said before, characters can only ever be as smart as those who write them. Brom points out that they can't go because something is obviously fucky, but then he says this.
That's out of the question. Gilead's in the opposite direction. We can't start going back, we're almost there.
Okay, so none of that is right. You're outside of Daret, presumably, as that was the last town we saw you in. The Varden, as Brom knows, are in Farthendur over here. Gilead is not only in the complete opposite direction, it's practically on the way. But let's instead pretend, say, a month or two of travel had happened between these shots, which again, on its own, is kind of dumb. Like Season 8 Game of Thrones time jump dumb. But let's pretend for a second. So if they're nearly there, and Gilead is in the other direction, it really doesn't matter how nearly is, because there is nowhere you can put them where they're not in the middle of this huge fuck-off desert. In the book, they're near Dros Leona at this point, which is maybe halfway if they were even planning to go there, and you went around the desert, which might be smart, as it is a desert. Film, you printed out a huge version of the map from the book. I know that you know the geography does not work here. From what you depicted, the Varden would have to be, I don't know, here. And that's really not a great plan if the king's hanging out in Urgal. Brom makes the entirely reasonable argument that sometimes in war people die and have to be sacrificed, so that the major pieces and players can go where they need to go and do as they need to do. Sad reality, but true. But because the most complicated thing this film handles is on the level of Ahsoka,
I gave you a choice. Live or die.
Eragon isn't really listening. He belts on a sword, which he has not been shown to have before now. Film, where did this come from? Why didn't he use this to fight the Razak? Is he even trained in this? Off screen, I suppose? I mean, yes, they gave him a sword in the game up until now, but that was more of a mechanical feature than a story one. Where the fuck did this sword come from? Film. Are you even listening to me?
Eragon, listen to me!
Your shame is not mine! You forgot what it means to be a dragon rider.
This is what I point to when I mention that the arrogance of a main character the film thinks is right is not a new thing. Granted, it's gotten far worse in perhaps the last decade or so, but this film is not so very old, and it wasn't a new thing then. Brom is the only one of you three who ever knew what it meant to be a writer. He has taught you literally everything you know. Again, this confrontation is not in the book, it's an invention of the film. Great to see a character being broken down, even though they shouldn't be because they are completely right. Hi Jake, Brom, how are you? Welcome to the League of Old Men who others have decided were wrong or useless. But yes, Eragon decides to go despite objections from Brom, Saphira, me, and every other creature with an intelligence over 2, and at least that is consistent with his written character. Because again, he's stupid. Don't worry people, we're about an hour in, only like another 40 minutes, and there's a lot of fighting in them.
I'm the rider, and I say we go!
What happens if she's the dragon and she says you don't? No, not gonna handle that.
You'll draw too much attention. We'll have to wait for night, and I'll go in alone.
Our power is greatest when we're together.
We can't truly be together until I become as strong as you.
What words did you just say?
I think you've reached a new level of stupid.
What? What the... Film, what did that mean? As strong as you? I can only hope he doesn't mean physically, because holy hellfire, that would be awkward. He can't mean magically, because this film hasn't explained growing in magical ability. If he means mentally, well, talk about your hopeless cases. He can't mean bravery, because that's something he's displayed in spades. Hell, in this moment he's braver than she is. Is this a nonsense line you threw in to make it seem like he has something to prove? You know, after he fucking strangled the Razak with ease? Film, are you huffing horse tranquilizer back there? Did your brain fall out? Did you pee on this page of the script and then just tell them to wing it? We see a group of people, I can only presume are slaves, being brought into the tower, and Eragon follows in his I'm totally not sus hood. A few things here. One, and perhaps most glaringly, no one else looks like him here. He sticks out, and without donning a guard uniform or nicketing up, or down, I guess, there is no way he isn't going to stick out like this. There don't appear to even be any civilians here. This entire city is the jail. 2, the slave thing is weird and doesn't work here. It worked in the books for Hellgrind because it was basically what you get if you type uber freaky cult practices into ChatGPT, but here it's weird. It's not impossible that they're prisoners, but it's weird that they would move prisoners in groups. I honestly don't know. Also, given that Eragon does stick out so spectacularly, it's odd that he's able to waltz into the gates behind the guards without issue. Like, in the game, there's a section where Brom steals a helmet and impersonates a captain, and yeah, that's dumb, but it's not nearly as dumb as this. Eragon passes a few cult people, they shouldn't even... you know what, no, I'm done. This just isn't the place for the priests of Hellgrind, and it's dumb. Also, they literally don't affect anything. I don't know why you showed them to us. We also see Murtaugh in the background, copying Eragon's notes for not being sus. Let's stop for a second and talk about Murtaugh, actually.
Like, let's be really generous and say he somehow tracked the Razak to Carvajal or nearby, and from there tailed Eragon and Brom into Daret. That's really dumb, but okay, sure. So from there, how the fuck did you follow him all the way to Gilead when he traveled by dragon? He was almost there, apparently, somewhere in the not Haderach desert. But regardless, there's no way you kept up with the dragon for at least several days. What, did you teleport? Let's hope someone else hasn't learned that ability for a really convenient payoff later. Eragon walks into the ever-burning chamber of no importance. What is this, film? What are you doing? Then the dragon... Then he uses the dragon sight spell again, and I would have assumed he saw through Saphira's eyes when he did this. No, it's even dumber. Apparently he just mirrors Saphira's seeing ability. It gives him her whatever it is. For fuck's sake, movie. What was with her showing off the ability to zoom in then? That was implied he was seeing through her vision, so what was that? But now Eragon has the ability to see important things. Again, apparently that's just canonically what this does. And he sees exactly where Arya is. Glad he didn't have to do any actual detective work or anything. I might have been dangerously close to being engaged, movie. He moves in with Arya, who is not at all unconscious. Quite the opposite, in fact. She even knows exactly who he is and told him he should not have come. Okay, now she's trying to warn him, that's fine. But if you're trying to warn someone, especially against somebody who can teleport mind, if the first words out of your mouth aren't, "It's a trap, you need to leave," then whatever happens is on you, Arya.
No! No, don't eat the trap! Eat the trap!
Eragon, no. It's a trap.
Also, in that vision, did she have control during that? Because apparently she retained what was said. Like, Durza was just using her as a mouth puppet, but she still had control of her ears and mind, or what? What do you know, and what did you do? Oh, never mind, no point in putting more thought into this than the writer did. But Arya continues to notoriously be unhelpful, and suddenly Durza. And then he delivers the line I borrowed earlier.
I knew you were young, but even then I expected someone a little more... well, more.
This, for me, falls into the realms of...
Impressive. Every word in that sentence was wrong.
It's nice to have as a clip, but it doesn't really make much sense in context. You didn't just know he was young? You knew he was a farm boy, though exactly how you knew that is still up for debate. And yet you had no clue who he was, or what he was doing, or how old he was? How you expected more is beyond me. I get it, the film wants the antagonist to put the hero down, but it doesn't just work that way because you want it to. At least Durza looks more or less like he was written in the book, even if almost no one else does. Eragon goes into one of the most obvious stabs in the world, and Durza uses Misty Step to dodge. He must have picked up an item that allows him to use it as free as a reaction. I would bet this is at least a very rare item, and it probably requires attunement. If you don't understand what I said there, don't worry, it's a dumb joke because I'm bored. He chucks a bunch of stuff at Eragon, which he dodges with absurd ease. Then Durza chucks rocks at him, and he lights them on fire. Film? That spell doesn't carry force behind it, or it shouldn't. All he's done is light those bricks on fire, and I don't know why he did that. He could have broken the rocks or created a barrier of all types of things, and instead he does this. Fine, whatever. He then drops the sword, which he shouldn't have. I presume this is due to the backlash of the spell's energy, although it's really not made clear. What was the point of the sword, film? Why did you invent it out of nowhere? It hasn't served a purpose. Durza mocks him, which is fine enough, and then... Listen. Film, why? He uses the fire spell to pick up a spear and prepares to send it flying at Eragon. Movie. Stop. Movie. What are you doing? That's not... It controls fire. It doesn't levitate or control objects.
That's not how the Force works. Oh, really? You're cold?
Why are you drunkenly fingering a cannoli?
Wait, if you have a soft shell taco that kind of wraps a little bit, does it become a cannoli?
Depends on how much you wrap it. If you let that top end flop over, if it touches inadvertently, it's suddenly a cannoli, and then you ruined your taco experience.
Oh.
They say as a dragon rider draws his last breath, he can hear the dying screams of his dragon.
The actor's trying to deliver here, but you can't cover up a shit script. He chucks the spear at Eragon, and suddenly Brom. Huh. Brom also must have learned how to somehow magically teleport, and also magically gotten in and found exactly where Eragon was in this whole fucking city. Maybe he also has Saphira's important no vision. Even the game had the pair of them sneak in together, but movie, you've just done this, which is full of no. I can't even show regret for Jeremy Irons' passing because he shouldn't be able to be here. This does not work, film. Why did you write this? I have to imagine there's a reshoot involved in this somewhere. Like, they can't just have written this and thought to themselves, yeah, that works pretty good. No, actually, apparently this was in the original script, and Jeremy Irons even thought this was dumb, but the director was like, no one will notice. Guess what, you butt-chugging, unironic MySpace user? We noticed. Eragon does a re to it and throws Zarok, which Durza deflects like it ain't no thing, and then tells Eragon he'll need to do better. This is something that apparently takes so long in delivery that Eragon has time to unearth his bow, string it, knock, and draw an arrow, because we cut back and he's ready to loose. Durza fades into nothingness, and, it's certainly a thing. Alright, again, in the book, Durza basically has Eragon dead to rights, and Saphira rips the roof off, distracting everyone for Murtaugh to shoot the Shade in the head. I don't know, I guess he disapparates because he's not dead at this point. The book has a throwaway line of this, and the film will indeed in a moment, but hey, Brom's got a giant-ass spear wound and Arya's been poisoned, but they can both limp out of here just fine, no problem. Eragon prepares to do some intense battle, but it's not even needed as suddenly Saphira, which is really lucky considering Eragon didn't call her at any point. I'm not kidding, they don't explain this, by the way. She just fucking broke in apparently of her own volition. Thank you, you overgrown lizard. Some utterly disgusting swordplay takes place. What is this movie? This is sad is what it is. Murtaugh helps out, no clue how he's supposed to escape, and apparently no one cares.
I suggest you leave quickly!
Yes, you, the magical swordsman with the dragon and the elf warrior, are clearly not equipped to handle this. Leave it all to me, the human without any extra abilities whatsoever. Don't worry about how I'll escape, it'll happen off screen. Fucking Game of Thrones all over again, I swear. There's a moment that's supposed to be tense, and literally there's just a fade to black. Good film, I might have cared. Cut to a bunch of trees that Saphira supposedly knocked over. I can only guess because we didn't see it and they don't talk about it. But Arya is also remarkably fine, unlike in the book. But she notices Brom is dying.
Did you pierce him through the heart? You can only kill a Shade if you pierce him through the heart.
Oh good, I was worried that as you were dying you would say something of importance. Or, you know, have a caring message. Or even something sentimental. But no, it's a bit of exposition. Brom in this movie is literally a tool. That is how they see him, and that is how he dies. Delivering a line that makes little damn sense. Jeremy Irons, you deserved better. We deserved better. I'm sorry. They do give him a touching moment in a minute, but there's just so much we don't get to. For instance, in the book, it is here that Brom reveals he was once a dragon rider, and that his dragon was named Saphira as well. He talks about how much he still grieves for her. Then he gives Eragon 7 words and tells him only to use them in the most dire of circumstances. There was never a payoff to this because apparently it went into Plini's very sizable box labeled Cannot Be Asked. Like I said, I liked his first 2 books. I didn't say he was a peerless writer because frankly he's not. He copped out on quite a few things. But Brom urges him to go to the Varden and hands him Zarok, which he was already using. And Eragon tries to save Brom, but the film does another weird here. Eragon uses the healing spell. It's not explained exactly how this works in the film. In the book, they explain that he only knows enough to essentially close the wound, not repair the inward damage. And so while this gives Brom a little more time, it does not ultimately save him. But aside from that, although I grant you moving all that aside requires industrial equipment, there's a particular way these words are pronounced in the film. In the book, the healing spell is pronounced we say heal. In this, it's said as wace hail, which was apparently done on purpose, as it's an English cheer or a pre-mail phrase or something that was used in medieval times. That doesn't. I don't care what you thought you were doing, film, that's a no. Remember when the mountain unceremoniously smashed Qyburn's head onto a stone, and it was laughable at best, cringy and irritating at worst? People repeatedly tried to defend this by pointing out it was a reference to Frankenstein's monster, but that doesn't defend it, because it didn't make any sense in-universe for him to do that. Like, I don't care that you're just trying to reference something, it's a weird move to make. I grant you it's not so destructive as the Qyburn example, but it's just, it's dumb. Like in Andor, they show Diego Luna, and I am sorry I messed up his name in my original review of that show, using a pistol that is the same type of blaster used by Kyle Katarn in Legends. This is a reference, and it is not in any way obstructive, and it's something you could entirely miss without missing anything in the show. Fans can smile and take note, and everyone else moves on entirely. The best case scenario of the wording of the spell is that you missed it and didn't read the book. That's prime for this movie. Second best case, you didn't read the book, but you know the English whatever it supposedly was, and think to yourself, that's a really weird pronunciation for that spell to work. Also see how Avada Kedavra in Harry Potter is a little bit too close to abracadabra. Then there's the case of people who did read the book that get super distracted and think, wait, why did you change the pronunciation? The pronunciations have been mostly solid, save for the Bior Mountains, because apparently they didn't know what the fuck people were supposed to call those. But at any rate, Spillers tries to act. I'm not going to throw too much shade at a 17-year-old kid, but you can all see the screen, you're seeing what I'm saying. Also, this is a good spot to bring back up what I mentioned earlier about musical composition. See, in this scene, a character we're supposed to care about quite a bit is dying, and the music is weirdly uplifting. It fits better in a moment for Brom's final ride, but in this moment it sounds like we're about to break into the score for the Great Hall from Harry Potter.
Forgive me.
Your music does a lot of heavy lifting in a film. Oftentimes, music can outlast a film or even a game's popularity. Just look at Undertale. Fuck, look at most of Nintendo. Though I suppose Undertale is a game that broke many rules and did amazingly well because of it. Back to this shit then. Arya tells him he's not strong enough yet. Glad to know we still won't explain whatever the fuck that means. And that a new character has taken over the role of exposition now that Brom is, dying. The elves in both this series and Tolkien's works are relatively stoic, but they are not without personality. Arya even has a nice story between the contrast between her and her mother, which was explored in the second book. But in this, and this is not anything against the actress, this is purely bad script work, she has absolutely nothing to her. Saphira tells Eragon that she should let Brom die as a dragon rider, which is a nice sentiment. Probably the nicest thing this film does, to be honest, now that there's a ton of competition. We cut to the next morning when Eragon is burying Brom, which has a strangely upbeat tune. Who was the composer for this? Patrick Doyle? What else did you do? They gave you Brave? After this? Wait, you were part of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. I'm not going to point any fingers, but just trust that if they were, I'd be pointing them as hard as I physically could. Alright, let's step away from my bit of a critical nature here. Obviously, you can never judge a composer based purely on one film or song. Sometimes they are in a bad conducting stage of their life. For example, look at John Williams for The Dial of Destiny. If that was all I knew him for, I would be severely disappointed by the praise heaped upon him, which is totally unfair to him because he was a fucking bastion in his day. Sometimes a director is a complete gibbon, and I would even suggest that's likely the case here, and they completely override their composer or else give them nothing to work with. Sometimes there are horrible time or budget crunches, and whatever you have is whatever you have. I understand all that. But the end result is of course what matters, and what you left us with here is just not good. But never mind all that stupid, because the film is about to do something else even more stupid.
I can't breathe fire yet, but I can do this for Brom. Now time cannot ravage him.
Now, if you were like me and you were a fan of the book, you might be thinking, what's the big deal? They did this in the book too. It was a touching moment. I would agree. The problem is that the phrasing is specific. It makes this sound as if this is something Saphira can just intentionally do whenever she wants, as if this is somehow easier than breathing fire for her. The books actually take great care to mention that sometimes huge bursts of magical energy and intent happen around dragons, without them even being fully aware of how they do what they do.
A good example comes from something that happens later in this series, although not in this film. When Eragon is in the final fight of his book, he is rescued by Arya and Saphira, and they shatter a huge jewel the dwarves carved out of the mountain and displayed as the centerpiece of their craftsmanship, as a note of pride and joy. This shattering of the Izidar Mithrin distracts Durza long enough for Eragon to deliver his final blow, earning him the title of Shadeslayer. However, the dwarves, grateful as they are, and even relatively understanding of the time of need, lament the loss of the great star Sapphire. Saphira asks if it might be possible to repair it, and the dwarves refuse, stating it would be a poor recreation of the original glory. She responds that if they can replace every piece back in its proper place, she can use magic to repair the gem. This is not a spell she uses. This is a great amount of magic and something she would not have the strength to do of her own volition. This is a bout of magic she understands will happen in the right conditions, because sometimes huge bursts of magic happen around dragons. This is similar to what happens when she turns Brom's grave into diamonds, or when she marks the brow of the Blessed Child, later revealed to be a curse. This film also doesn't do that last one either, though it is in a deleted scene, which is a shame because it leads to one of the most important and yet haunting side characters. It's a huge moment of growth for Eragon whenever he understands what he's accidentally done.
Who will remember him?
Many people will. Because of you.
I will simply respond to this by reading what Eragon in the book inscribed on Brom's headstone shortly before leaving Alagasia in the books. Here lies Brom, who was a rider bound to the dragon Saphira, son of Hulcum and Nilda, beloved of Selena, father of Eragon Shadeslayer, founder of the Varden, and bane of the Forsworn. May his name live on in glory. Brom should be remembered by many because of what he did and who he was. He should have a page in the damn history book of the country for all he did. He was the man who slayed the last of the Forsworn, stole the dragon egg from the king, helped found the Varden, sired and trained Eragon, the man who did everything he could to help right the wrongs of the country. To imply he will only be remembered through Eragon is insulting and dumb. The camera spins a lot and suddenly Arya faints.
The shade has poisoned her.
Oh, well, thank goodness you just know these things, Saphira. How helpful you are. But Arya is suddenly dying, and Eragon is convinced he needs to get her to the Varden, which, curiously, is exactly the same thing he proposed to heal Brom.
We must get help.
Where?
From the Varden. I need to get you to the Varden.
Apparently, Eragon is just convinced that the Varden is made up of incredible doctors no one else knows. In the book, she tells him to go to the Varden, as she and the elves are the only safe retreat where they have the cure she needs. She tells him exactly where they are and how to gain entry. In this film, he's apparently just convinced that everyone needs to go to the Varden. It's just what you do when you're sick. The Varden have created a horrifying monopoly on medicine in Alagasia. It's just what you do. No time to worry about any of that though, because suddenly Murtaugh. Did you think I was kidding when I said suddenly character is the film's favorite way of moving things along? I wasn't. Murtaugh is exceptionally odd in this film, and again, I don't lay that at the actor's feet. In the book, he was hunting the Razak and helps Eragon out, and is there when Eragon buries Brom, and when Saphira rescues Eragon from Gilead. But this movie has fucked its own timeline, and he's just around until suddenly he helps, and literally declares himself to be player 2.
I'm Murtaugh, and you need me, Dragon Rider.
Almost out of nowhere. But don't worry, they aren't done fucking his character up.
You seek the Varden. I know the mountains. Every valley and stream.
No, you bunch of dumbasses. Alright, let's go for a bit of an exclamation walk here. Morzan, as I mentioned earlier, is Galbatorix's number 2 up until the point when Brom kills him. Murtaugh was his firstborn son, raised by Morzan, who is not a lovey, cuddly dad. In fact, he originally slashed Murtaugh across the back with Zarok, leaving a rather nasty scar. This left Murtaugh with a hatred for Galbatorix and the Empire and a strong sense of self-reliance and protection. Multiple times in the book, he takes a path Eragon considers to be callous or unnecessary, such as when he beheads a defeated and weaponless enemy captain so they won't be reported. Eragon rounds on him for this, and Murtaugh explains that he refuses to value a stranger's life over his own. He thinks, and not unduly, that he cannot be accepted anywhere due to his birth and what he is, so he keeps to himself. This is basically Murtaugh's position throughout the entire cycle. He dances between good and evil, never really belonging to either side. Yes, that does sound like a 15-year-old edgelord who just discovered Shadow the Hedgehog wrote it, But A, this was written by a teenager, and B, that is how the character is written. Now, if we're going to change Murtaugh, we might have to judge him based on his own traits and history, but he doesn't have either of those. He's just there. But assuming they didn't completely ignore his backstory, most of which is revealed in the first book so they don't have the excuse, there are definitely some things he should and should not have as a character. He should not revel in Zarok, for instance. He shouldn't think it an amazing weapon, even though it is. He should bear equal appreciation and hatred for it, embodying the name it bears, misery. This is the first deleted scene I was actually insulted by. It's worth mentioning that they do know the backstory, because it's revealed later in the cave in a dumb scene, but we'll get to that. Only like half an hour left, people. But more to the point, Murtaugh feels like he cannot go to the Varden because they will jail and or kill him for being Morzan's son. So he refuses to go until he's caught between a bunch of coal and a hard place. And to his credit, he is actually correct about what happens, though it's not nearly so bad as he is expecting. Largely because Asshat, who leads the Varden, who is not really a character in this film, actually arranges to have a fairly cushy setup for him where he can read to his heart's content. It's a shame there's not more of him too, because he has a lot of damn good lines in the book, such as the acknowledgement that a good compromise just leaves everyone unhappy. It's weird too, because Asshat in the game is actually far more of a character. They even use him as the announcer for the storyline, which is strange because he sort of dies in the battle. Whereas in the book, it's not until the mopping up that he's killed. Admittedly, that ultimately doesn't have anything to do with this film, but I've been playing the game for background footage, so I just didn't want to keep playing clips from Saints Row over and over. And now there's a few bits of weirdness in the game, such as him dying and somehow living, are in my head and won't leave.
But already the legend of Eragon, the great Shade Slayer, had begun to spread throughout Alagasia.
But let's ignore a mostly shitty game for now and turn back to the completely shitty film. But also, Murtaugh knows the mountains?
I know the mountains. Every valley and stream.
Oh, so you just regularly pop over the desert then? No problem, you've just been scouting the mountains? I mean, Eragon lived hunting in the spine and apparently can't do that, so that's damn lucky of you. Want to explain how you've been keeping up with a dragon? No. Murtaugh spins a lie about his family having been killed by the king's men, and I think we're supposed to understand later on that this is a lie, but it's relatively glanced over and it's very poorly done. Granted, that actually makes it one of this movie's better scores, relatively speaking. But at any rate, they're off to see the Varden whom much I should fear, because of his father it's clear. Sorry, lost myself for a moment there.
You'll learn to trust me, Dragon Rider.
He wouldn't have to if you'd already been helping him all over the place, as you were in the book. They go riding through the... Wait, why is this horse destroyed? Seriously, this place is fucked. What happened? Oh, I see. We're moving on. No need to pay attention to the aftermath of a 9th level fireball, I suppose. Best just move along now, don't dwell. But they reach the mountains, literally without concern, or issue, and considering the several chapters of horrible travel this took in the book, and the creative solution required to get water in the desert, it's a damn shame is all I'll say about it.
Saphira, keep Ari safe until I cool.
I will, but hurry, the Urgals are closing in.
I'm sorry, the what? Where did you guys come from? Where the fuck did they come from? Film, what is actually wrong with you? Where did they come from? We're just supposed to accept that for literally no reason whatsoever, suddenly Urgals. Oh, right, that's how you do things, isn't it? Were you dropped on your pre-developed head before you were born? Right, anyway, suddenly Urgals it is. At least this can be a good scene. We're introduced to Auric, one of the best side characters and a personal favorite of mine. The music's even decent for once. Not amazing, but decent. So yes, in the books, Eragon accidentally shouts the password at the wrong side of the waterfall and nearly drowns because the twins, two dickheads who are actually traitors, refuse to open the door even though they see this going down. Can't wait to see all three of these characters. Great characters. Film. Why are you giving me that hurt look? You didn't accidentally skip all that character work that happens in the Varden, therefore giving life and personality to the rebellion that we're supposed to be connecting with. Did you? Film. But running, and more running, and suddenly Urgal. I'm not kidding, that's actually what happens. That is really the only way they knew how to move things. Murtaugh proves he's useful and kills it with some fucking awful choreography. It's actually damn inexcusable. Eragon jumps into the water, and there's some really obvious ADR work.
Come on!
And why did you slow-mo them jumping into the water, Film? Why did you do that? You make choices and they baffle and befuddle me. So instead of a really intense battle scene we should get here, we get swimming lessons. How does Eragon know how to swim? Is that a skill a farm boy should have? That doesn't actually make sense. I didn't see a lake on Garrow's farm, and he's never been to the sea before, even if he swum once or twice. That's a waterfall he's swimming underneath, film. They surface and they're surrounded by spears. The Varden they are certainly a choice. I can understand, somewhat, the desire to make them visually distinct from the soldiers, but you don't have to chuck everyone into this pseudo-Middle Eastern garb to do that. You just make them more ramshackle and put together. Heck, even Star Wars understood the importance of color association. We then jump into unneeded bad guy scene 3348, where Galbatorix is giving Durza his final performance review, and it does not look like he's going to be getting that 40-cent raise this year. This is also the first notable scene of this, but Durza's look gets less and less stable, I suppose one might say, as the film goes on. That's an intentional choice by the filmmakers. I don't know why. I have no clue what they're supposed to be implying. I don't know what the point of that is. It's just a thing they did, as with so many other things in this horrible, horrible film. It's also strange because this is a celebratory moment.
The boys led us directly to the Varden.
When it could so easily be replaced by a scene explaining why there were suddenly Urgals. It really is a chosen incompetence this film seems to display, and this is some pretty pathetic acting here.
As long as I am king.
This is said as if this dude carries the weight of Sodoman, and he acts like New Jafar. That's what he acts like. This Galbatorix is New Jafar.
Disloyalty will be punishable by death.
I mean, from the sound of things earlier, loyalty is also punishable by death, considering you conscript young boys who are never heard from again.
I would rather die trying to take them down than giving them what they want.
No, Andor, get out of here. You're good. This is gonna taint you.
Gather my army and follow them.
From everything we saw, the army was gathered. Film, you don't... Oh, what do you care? We're basically in the third act now. Back with Eragon, we're introduced to Asshat, and is that supposed to be Hrothgar? Is that supposed to be the Dwarven King under the mountain? That's supposed to be he who sits upon the angular stone chair? He's the one who leads under the mountain? What the shit biscuit? Who woke up and drunkenly peed on you, film? Who told you there was pudding and revealed it to be Amber Heard's best work? Why do you intentionally drink cold, hot chocolate? There's this weird standoff moment.
Call your beast inside.
If it attacks, you will die first.
But they fled to... I don't get what you want this to be, film. I don't get what you're hoping is going to happen here. What am I supposed to be feeling? Am I supposed to be pleased they made it, or think that the Varden are paranoid dicks? Am I supposed to feel tension? What do you want? Oh, well, shit. Saphira just squeezed right on in there, didn't she? Thank goodness she's literally not even a year older, or that just wouldn't work. Arya is also conscious now. There's an unceremonious announcement of our healers will make her well. Good to see that's not an issue then. You don't need to know what she was poisoned by. You don't need to know what condition she is in. You don't need to know how long she's been poisoned or who did it. Cool, you fuckers are advanced as fuck with medicine. Also, I have to say they are remarkably unfazed by seeing a dragon when that species has been all but dead for a long time, and this dragon was the being you hoped would give you a fighting chance in this war. You see a couple guards outside, I assume are Varden. They aren't wearing the Middle Eastern garb, so how the fuck am I supposed to know? Anyhow, they get suddenly Urgled. It's like a meme at this point, I swear.
Urgals, they're scouring the mountain as we speak.
Time is short. I must know if you're with us. We'll be greatly outnumbered.
Well, damn, man, don't soft sell your own pitch. Yeah, I get time is of the importance, but you sound like you're trying to dissuade him. Urgals are close enough that they are in the view of the Varden, so let's not hope they're just pretending there's a ton of time for a bathing scene or anything, or that even a couple days pass in the interim. Eragon says that they will fight, and Asshat stares at Murtaugh for a hot minute before ordering him in chains. Saphira and Eragon leap into defense mode. Wow, considering you fuckers didn't trust this guy one scene ago, and that literally nothing but some off-screen travel has happened in that time, that's a remarkable turnaround. What the duck fuck a buck? This is the scene where the film reveals Murtaugh's parentage. They lock him up and now Eragon doesn't even try and stop them. This makes both film Eragon and Asshat much bigger dicks than the book ones were, because in the book, Asshat seemed fairly sympathetic, and later Murtaugh was even given armor and allowed to fight in the final battle. They were actually relatively accepting, all things considered, and the Varden were desperate enough to take a chance on him, something that cut all the deeper when he ends up betraying them. Cut to Durza for yet another scene we don't need, and man, he does not look good. Not sure what we're supposed to make of that. I don't know why he's getting worse. Durza is doing his best Commander Hux impression, and it's strange that the Urgals cheer, because the books made a point that Galbatorix was mind-fucking them all, while the film shows Durza bad bossing all over them. So why do they need to be stirred into action is beyond me.
But the boy is mine.
Motherfucker, don't you even pretend they heard you. Anyway, it's midday and we're lining up for a battle, and they are apparently right on the Varden's door. Strange they're not going to do this at night or anything, but it's a choice, I guess. Next up is a scene with a shirtless 17-year-old. Yes, it does sound really fucking weird when I phrase it like that, doesn't it? But the film thought it's what people wanted, so I'm going to tell you about it. Also glad that even though the Urgals are literally in eyesight, there's still time to do all this. Eragon is joined by Nasawada, who will go on to lead the Varden after her father's death, being involved in any number of extremely complicated politics, and eventually be crowned queen. None of that happens in this film, and she doesn't do anything in this film. To be fair, she wasn't hugely important plot-wise in the first book, but she was introduced and involved in a few scenes here and there. It's also worth mentioning that the books have Eragon spending a lot more time with the Varden. He learns from them and about them. He and Saphira get drunk amongst the dwarves, I'm not making that up. But this film doesn't have the time, allegedly. Eragon is wearing what might be some of the worst designed armor ever, and they do some exploring of the Varden.
They're afraid of me.
Why wouldn't they be?
Why would they be? You are literally a symbol of hope to them. You are the sign of change and victory. They sure as shit weren't afraid of you in the book. Everyone was falling over themselves to greet you. This is also where the blessing scene that was deleted takes place. Doubly weird now how everyone else is apparently terrified of this boy, and I apparently need to remind this film Urgals are on the damn doorstep. Are they going to attack today? No?
When word spread of a new dragon rider, we were expecting someone who was more...
I'm sorry, film. Word spread how? From whom? Because from what we've seen, the good guys who know are Arya, Brom, and Eragon, who didn't tell anyone, and then all the bad guys who I can't imagine would have told the Varden, but fuck me, that would be all kinds of dumb. It's not impossible for a spy to have overheard it, I suppose, but that spy was willing and able to spy on Durza's one-on-one performance review? Man, I would like to meet the man that did that. And they certainly never implied that was happening. The most reasonable explanation I can invent is that somehow word from Gilead or Daret reached the Varden before Eragon and Murtaugh did. Fuck me, the world building and geography fucking suck in this movie. We see Eragon brought to his horrible armor set that looks like it wouldn't protect him from a firm poke, and then suddenly Arya. Shouldn't you be almost dead? You weren't even in a fit state to have visitors 2 minutes ago, and now you're healed. Damn, they got an auto dock set up in there. She helps him get dressed, and there's a fucking painfully generic bit of dialogue, and we see the Varden preparing to burn the Urgals, something that even in the books is rather horrifying but a necessary battle tactic. Then this film does dumb again. First, in the book, they did not barricade all their entrances, specifically so they could funnel the Urgals where they wanted them to go, but we'll get to that shortly. Then it shows us dragon armor.
They worked through the night to protect our greatest hope.
Oh, so many things with this. One, why? Because you shouldn't have known he was coming, and they haven't been shown to be here for a full day. Now you're telling us that the Urgals didn't attack for a whole day? Damn, they're patient. Secondly, I don't care how good you are, you did not craft that in one night. Thirdly, that's not actually the armor Saphira wears in the battle. What the shit, film? How can you does this dumb? We hear horns go off, alerting them that suddenly Urgals have finally started to attack, and Saphira isn't even dressed yet. Unless they actually made 2 suits of armor in one night, cause holy shit, that would be insane. Then everyone... What is this? What is your hat, sir? Why did you put that on your head? How did no one think this was goofy? We get a few shots of everyone staring, trying to do their best dramatic pause, and there's a few more shots of the hat. Then there's some banging. No idea what that's from. Then the wall explodes. How did you know they were going to end up coming out there? I mentioned how they didn't dam up every entrance in the book, and that's exactly why. Because if you dam up all the entrances, the Urgals might force their way out in a place you don't want them to. A battle where you have the homeland turf is all about advantage and pre-planning. I guess the Battle of Winterfell didn't learn that either, though. Just that you somehow got lucky and that the Urgals suddenly went where you wanted them to go does not make you smart. The Urgals spend several minutes screaming, and the Varden, despite having their archers pointed right at the spot, which you took the time to show us, film. Do not fire. I wish you could think of a film where they did this better. Yeah, but like a medieval example.
Faigivar, Dinalank, Anurank.
Yeah, there you go. The Urgals charge, and oh man, the Varden are shit. Their so-called defenses do nothing. They are destroyed instantaneously. I think only Navarro has had a worse defense plan. Glad to see you all were showing such concern for the king, because apparently he could have cleared you out in a day. Eragon spends his time watching this instead of, you know, fighting. And while everyone he promised to fight for is relying on him to swoop down on his dragon and save them, he decides it's time for a little chit-chat. Might as well have pulled up a damn chair. No, take your time. It's only the fate of the world in the balance.
I need to know, Saphira. Why me?
Why you? Well, the books have a simple answer. Saphira liked Eragon when he touched egg, therefore she do hatch. The end. Nice and neat. No need to complicate it. But this film couldn't think of how to explain that in a generic way, so it comes up with an answer.
You choose a leader for his heart.
I'm sorry. The fuck? What did that mean? You sensed his heart when he touched the egg? What the fuck? How did you do that? And how is his heart the heart of a leader? Unless this movie is telling us that lack of any character growth throughout the film was intentional. Is that it? Are you Ryan Johnsoning me right now? Yes, I'm gonna use it as a verb. And what does it even mean to choose a leader for his heart? Don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna suggest that someone should rule with no empathy, but if you have the biggest heart in the world and you have no brain or sense of the world around you, you're really gonna be a shit leader. You choose a leader for their heart? Why have political debates before elections then? Shouldn't we just see who can hug more kittens?
But I'm not without fear.
Without fear, there cannot be courage.
Listen, there's a lot to be said about courage and fear and overcoming fear, but this is just... I genuinely cannot understand this film's obsession with surface level dialogue. It's almost like it's straight up from a most common idea booklet in screenwriting, and then the ending line makes it weird.
But when we are together, it is our enemies who should be afraid.
Like, you can't even make it sound like an actual sentence. But now we are the ones who will strike fear into their hearts. We will show them fear and it shall overcome them. I mean, fuck, anything would have been better than that. But then the film fucks up again. Again. Saphira breathes fire to prove that they fight as one. Still no clue what the fucks that means, because the writer didn't care when he wrote this, while still trying to get over his bout of constipation. And so the shit was determined to come out somewhere, and unhappily for us, it came out all over the script. But Saphira breathes fire for the first time. Film? What are you doing? Why are her flames orange? You know better. Every time Eragon has used Brissinger, the flames are blue. You know the fire is supposed to match the dragon's color. You know that. You've been doing it. Why did you stop? Why are you full of stupid? Why do you intentionally bring dishonor to your family? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Why do you do this? You know better. That's the thing that baffles me. If you were just ignorant, then yes, I'd just correct you as I have every other step of the way, but you know. And you still do this. And it's not as if you couldn't have made the fire blue. You did in the rest of the film. Fuck you, movie. You hurt me when you exist. Do you just hate me?
I'll take that as a yes.
Go fuck yourself. The fighting ensues. I guess I'm not supposed to understand what the fuck is happening because it's all super awkwardly filmed. Asshat screams and there's no way Eragon hurt him, but that's the cue, apparently. What exactly is served by having him wait so damn long to join this battle? People have been dying. Your people have been dying. Fuck me, this film is dumb.
Into the sky! To win or die!
At this point, I'm actually rooting for you to die. Not like it would break canon any worse than everything else already has. There's a huge swell of inappropriate music as Saphira burns Urgals. Meanwhile, Murtaugh is screaming to be let out. I don't know why they put a prisoner in the middle of the battlefield, but I promise I'm not making it up. Anyway, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. This happens. The film wants to move something along, and so you should know what's going to happen by now. Suddenly on fire Urgal. I think.
It knocks the door of his cage out, I think by accident, and it decides that apparently as it's on fire and is gonna die, it might as well get one more kill to try to get a kill streak. And then it makes the most horrible swing ever to exist at Murtaugh, who then slow-mo kicks it and breaks a wall down, and now he's free to leave, and apparently no one around him cares. What the fuck, film? Arya, what the fuck is this? What is this choreography? This is inexcusable. Fuck me, watch this. What is that? Why is that? Are you how to be so dumb? It's not as if it's any better with Asshat, although he has ditched the stupid hat, thank fuck. But just this, like this dude runs forward. They don't attack with their weapons, either of them. He just grabs him, holds for a second, and let's go. Then Murtaugh fires at least 3 arrows and kills 3 Urgals, perfectly while not hitting any of the Varden behind him. What? Legolas would be jealous of that shot. What the fuck is wrong with you, film? Why? Come the fuck on, you've given up. You've completely given up. Can we cut to credits? How close are we? Like 10 minutes? Fuck me. More completely disgusting choreography takes place. It'd be shorter to point out the swordplay that is not garbage in this film, but the Varden are overwhelmed by approaching soldiers. Not so much so that they can't stop and all have a good long stare about it, apparently. Suddenly, Durza, he does this. I appreciate that you're trying, I really, really do, but it is utterly wasted. But he makes a giant black smoke monster. I'm not kidding. That just happens. Then Murtaugh is allegedly in trouble, and film, you can't keep getting dumber. We are into the negative IQ points here. Eragon does a roll, and somehow his sword slashes like 4 soldiers, who are on both sides of Murtaugh. How the fuck did he do that then? But now it's time for boss fight. Now, in the book, Saphira is actually already injured at this point, so Eragon goes on foot to stop Durza from breaking into the underground, and it's a one-on-one fight, which he almost loses, getting seriously injured until, as I mentioned, Arya and Saphira manage to distract him, and Eragon manages to deal the final blow. This film wanted a kaiju battle, and so we got this. Durza flies at a bunch of the archers and blows up the bridge. Shit, man. How much energy did that take? Lucky that doesn't kill you. I mean, I guess it's lucky. I have no way of knowing because this film's magic system is softer than the Pillsbury Doughboy's dick after his second divorce. Fuck you, I just want to be done with this film. They spin under the Durza, and Eragon tries to stab his thing, and we get this banger of a line.
What is that thing? Dark magic.
Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile.
Dark magic. That is the equivalent of a good question for another time. Like, that's genuinely a good example of that. Oh, it's eviltisms, and therefore don't question it. No, it's really the dumb. He can just do this, the dark magics. That's a brand new term for both this film and this world. Sure, Durza has been seen doing stuff, but what makes dark magic dark? Does every spell come with a label? Why is Smoke Monster considered dark magic as opposed to your main character vision or whatever? Can something make sense, please? But as if even the film doesn't want to think about what it just said, we move on, and even though Eragon couldn't stab the smoke monster, Saphira can bite it, grab it, climb it, later breathe fire at it, and bash it with her tail. What are you, sir? Durza summons a blade, because apparently he can just do that now, and he gives Eragon a little love tap on the back. That's supposed to be the slash across the back that will proceed to cripple Eragon and cause him enormous pain, is it? Sure, film, if you say so. Smoke Monster bites Saphira, and the music turns all dramatic, and damn, that armor really didn't do much of anything for you, did it? Eragon uses main character vision, but Saphira is too hurt, so the vision is failing. So, wait, does he see out of her eyes or not, film? Because if he can't, but back in the prison, Saphira wasn't even... Does it make you proud of yourself to drink from a dirty toilet? But apparently Saphira is too weary to keep fighting, and so she takes a leaf from 2020 Mulan and takes her armor off. I'm not even kidding. The camera does spinnies for a hot minute, and then Durza hits Saphira in the saddle where Eragon ought to be, and we know this actually does do damage because she lets out a grunt of pain. So, what did he just do, and how much damage did it do? Oh, never mind, the film wants to do this stupid tail thing it set up earlier, and it didn't have a better way to do it. So that's fighting from the tail, is it? That's what marks you as truly being one? Her throwing you like a dirty clump of hair that she pulled from the shower drain? Ugh, this film is poo. Eragon does the huggies as Saphira smacks into the shadow. Thank goodness that didn't explode, or that the impact didn't finish her off, or you would have just killed your dragon, man. But they're falling, and Eragon gets in a taunt, and then Durza go poof. We don't get the really interesting flashback that was in the book explaining how Durza became a shade, because there just apparently wasn't time. Oh, don't you worry, we are getting to that. Don't you worry a mite. Eragon gives him a stab, and in the book he combined it with fire, establishing something of a motif with his first somewhat go-to spell. But hey, who wants the idea of a primary spell? It's only interesting in the first spell Eragon ever uses, linking him to his father and mentor. Then Eragon is falling but saved by Saphira, albeit saved being a choice word, I suppose. Suddenly remembering he's supposed to care about her, he goes to her and cries over what he presumes is her body, instead of immediately using the healing spell. However, eventually he does remember that magic exists, and he shouts the words. Okay, I don't even care enough at this point. That apparently exhausts him enough to knock him out. Damn, sure would be embarrassing if you just killed yourself doing that, because this film has not established limits for what will do that, and then she would have died because you did. But conveniently, while they're passed out, the battle has ended and the Varden has presumably won. That's something. In the book, I believe after Durza died, the spells used to force the Urgals to work together broke, and so the assault was basically unmanageable. Also, it was all Urgals and no soldiers, but that's so low on the list of things that it isn't even worth mentioning. But anyway, yeah, this film isn't even going to pretend there's a reason that the assault has failed. It just failed. No need to dwell. It's getting in the way of the happy ending at once. So Eragon wakes up and everything is fine. Everyone is fine, except for me. My brain is mush. But Murtaugh is there doing his best Bucky Barnes cosplay. He's got the wrong sleeve, but look, I don't care. There's also this moment when the film wants to make you think that Saphira died.
Saphira. Some friends can't be replaced.
But Murtaugh knows she's fine. So I guess this is just Murtaugh trying to have a laugh by convincing Eragon he's killed his dragon. You're an asshole, sir. Also nice to see that even though there's a little scratch on his back, it's causing him no issues whatsoever. Then Eragon asks Arya, who has made a desperate bid for freedom to escape this movie.
She's off to Ellesmere.
But what horse was ever born that could outrun a dragon?
I don't fucking know. Apparently the last two used by Brom and Murtaugh. And however the fuck Durza made it down to the mountain so quickly, for that matter, I don't know how the anything anywhere's in this film. Eragon flies up to Arya. Guess they just used main character vision to find her, who the fuck knows. Clearly not the writer, that's for sure. Eragon gets off dressed in his whatever this is, and they have more extremely awkward dialogue.
You lost those who were dear to you. You've paid a great price for your courage.
I have mentioned before, and will continue to mention how annoying it is when characters tell other characters how amazing they are. Yeah, that doesn't just go for female leads, it's dumb and annoying here, too.
The legend of Eragon, the great Shade Slayer, spreads throughout Allegatia.
Allegatia? How the fuck are we saying this? They have a very weird conversation about seeing one another again, and credits? Please? There's a long, extended staring scene. Saphira takes off, and more flying, and fade to black. Credits? No, there's a scene where Galbatorix slashes a map, and then his dragon, who's absolutely shrimpy compared to what he should be, is behind it somehow. Then credits to a very unfitting song, actually. Fuck me, finally. Okay, let's have a little chat. This film is poo. It's poo, and it almost somehow is worse than modern-day Disney. Disney, as is well established by this point, has taken the habit of sticking a legacy name's character on a screen and using it to push an agenda and/or a replacement character of a more socially applicable model. This isn't that, though, because this film doesn't push anything. It's actually pretty apolitical. It's not trying to prove how great the writer is, nor is it telling me I'm a bad person for my politics or the color of my skin. It's not telling me I'm responsible for trying to fix the world, nor is anyone this attempting to show off their skill, which is good because there is none to display. No, rather this was perhaps the most painful of Hollywood's cards, the get-rich-quick movie. They didn't care how good the film was, how accurate the film was to the book, how any of it would hold up, or how pissed off the fans would be. They wanted to make cash from a new forging IP, and didn't give a shit about how they got there. Wish I could think of a better example. But let's start tackling some of the overwhelming issues in this, shall we? I think it would be prevalent to start with a discussion about their available time, as so much of what we would need to do to fix this film would take a bit of runtime, and so we should see exactly how much we would have to work with here. I mentioned earlier how the filmmakers repeatedly make a point out of how little time they have to do all these things, but they also put in way too much fluff that wasn't needed, and on top of that, it's a very short film. So let's try a little game real quick. Let's go ahead and chop out all the pointless scenes that we don't need, allow some other scenes to go in for replacement fodder, and see what our runtime would have been. First off, the intro and all the villain scenes. Those can definitely go. The soldiers in Carvajal, yep, that can go. Fighting in the barn, get rid of that. Take out the scene with Uncle and the horse, add in the deleted scene with Katrina. Definitely cut people being made aware of the hatching. You can keep Brom's story and the idea to elongate it, but again, cut the soldiers. Well, it would have to be changed up a lot. We can keep Eragon and Brom talking in the house, the Razak in town, their flight, and killing Garrow, that's all quite important. And Eragon and Brom talking is fine. Remove more bad guy plot. While we definitely need to fix it, most of everything of Eragon's first use of magic needs to be there, same with the lessons in magic, which do need to be fixed, and we need to fix the flight lesson. That's not as bad as it could be, though. Definitely cut them killing the Razak. We also need Eragon's learning Brom as a writer, the story with Morzan and his dragon's death. That all needs to be explained on his deathbed, except for the whole thing of the dragon's always dying if the writer does. That can be absolutely cut. More bad guy work, cut it. Also, the dream sequence is down. They're going to track the Razak and the elf side thing until he knows she's real. Ideally, we would have included at least some of Tiram in this version too. Of course, we have the scene with Brom being killed by the Razak and Murtaugh's introduction and Eragon's capture. All that needs to be added in. We jump over to Murtaugh and Saphira and rescuing Arya. Obviously, we're going to cut Brom's death because that would have happened before all this. We'll keep some of his deathbed and the grave, actually, just move it over. And obviously, we cut all the scenes with Arya and this thing Durza does with the blood, because the poisoning should have already been done. Their traveling down to the Varden is kept. We just need to include the desert and the pursuit by the call, and ideally a scene where Murtaugh tells us about his backstory, which we'll use this fucking awful scene for as far as timing, though mind, it would be nothing like this in context. Their arrival at the Varden is mostly okay, though we'll cut the scene with Murtaugh because we don't need it like this, and then we'll be adding the blessing back in. More bad guy, more cut. We move forward to the arming up scene, cut out the stuff with Arya, we don't need this. Move on into the battle, and while we do have to change some stuff, we'll leave it in roughly for timing. Oh, though obviously we're cutting this. Whatever this bullshit is with the fire, yeah, we're cutting that. We're keeping the rest of the flight for timing. But, yeah, we're not doing this, whatever that was. Eragon collapses from the fighting and his injury, we cut on him waking up, and we can film the whole thing of him flying over the Varden for the happy ending if you want that. Fine. We're definitely cutting the final scene, because that's no all over it. And then we look at the scenes we will need to add in. Cutting all of that, we are left with 1 hour and 5 minutes. Now let's consider some of what we need to add in. A montage of Saphira growing up, which as I pointed out could be done in 2 minutes. Jode and Tiram, preferably. Eragon being captured, the short prison sentence. More explanations of magic and how minds work in this world. Eragon training both with the sword and magic. The Razak killing Brom. Their journey through the desert. More work with the dwarves and the elves. All of that needs to be put in, but mind, our movie at this point is now 1 hour long. We easily could have another hour, maybe even 1.5 hours in which to show these things before time is even a concern. Again, if you really want to go the Lord of the Rings style, we can go up to 3.5 hours for movie 1, giving us almost 2.5 hours to work with to add all this stuff in and do some good character work. So there was time. There was plenty of time to do it right. It would have been more expensive, absolutely. But here's the secret about doing things well. They earn money, especially if they already have a ready fan base. I went and saw the 20-year anniversary of Return of the King and the 40th year rerun of Return of the Jedi last year. People are still watching these movies because they love them. They are still paying to see them in theaters because they love them. You don't understand how easily you could have had that.
You could have had an amazing movie that the fans were super stoked about, a series that had spanned even a small cinematic universe, especially as Polini is now proving by releasing more and more books to expand things, so you can bitch about the time you think you didn't have, but I'm not buying it. Oh sure, the budget and the pressures from the studios would have to be increased. I can accept that if that were your excuse. But the runtime alone, no, you don't get to claim that. So that's the runtime focus. Now let's talk the 3 building blocks of story. We've covered the plot, and how that was fucked left, right, and center. So let's go ahead and talk character for a moment. Firstly, Saphira, the first dragon born in ages, a symbol of hope and magic.
She's not just like a sideline character. She's really her own fully developed character.
Yeah, just a damn shame she never had anything even remotely approaching character in this film. Oh sure, in the book she's all over that, often making demands and displaying the pride one might expect of a dragon. Not in this film though. In this, she's basically a smarter flying horse. She often just pairs on to what's already being said, displaying no opinion or actual helpful information. Great job, film. Eragon, then. He's made into a complete open-mouth moron, and not a moron in the way he was in the book. Most of his book stupid was set around him being completely and utterly naive in most everything. In the film, he's just full of the dumb, and the dumb should not be a leading factor for anything outside of a comedy. He displays no personality or direction. He is insert hero here for a character. He has never had any motivation aside from one scene in which he suddenly chooses to rescue Arya out of literally nowhere, which, mind, he was still told he had to do. He is a mindless glass of stale toothpaste, going where others will him to be, filling in the holes with no understanding of what he actually wants. Brom is perhaps the least directly molested of our heroes, though that's not the praise it seems like. Gone is most of his charm and actual personality. Gone is the experience and wisdom of the world, and all that's left is a bitter, angry old man, with glimpses of the rescue being provided by Irons. If there was an actual Eragon movie, it would have been with Jeremy Irons, because I don't believe for a second he couldn't have played Brom if he were allowed to. Arya, she is the simplest to talk about because she has literally had any and all hint of personality blasted off of her. You know, one of those 2 elves that died in the prologue was her lover? Wouldn't have guessed that, would you? In the book, she actually gets quite fed up with Eragon's childlike infatuation. It's only after he grows up and starts to appreciate her as a friend that the hint of affection can begin to appear mutually. That's actually a neat little parallel when you consider how old Polini himself was at the time of writing. Murtaugh, then? Oh, fuck, you just completely ruined him, didn't you? He's used almost as a mirror to Brom. While both fight the Empire, Brom is a kind, albeit gruff man, who wants to help people and is even willing to stick his neck out to do it. Murtaugh isn't uncaring, but he avoids risk even if it's a slightly crueler option to take. He is charismatic and loyal, but never to the point of putting himself in greater danger than need be. That being said, he was also more than willing to fight with the Varden when the time came. That's what makes part of his forced servitude to Galbatorix hard in the books. Because his whole goal was always independence, and a desire to escape from the life of darkness he felt bound to. In fact, it's revealed in his own book that whenever he's trying to keep someone out of his mind, his repeated mantra is mentally thinking, "You shall not have me." For the minor characters, they've had all their personality completely destroyed, but don't get enough time to insert anything in new, sadly. Which is a shame. I especially like Asshat's actor. He actually at least seems to try and bear some of their leader and influence. Galbatorix? Oh, that'll be quick. It'll be shocking you would introduce the BBEG long before the books, but somehow failed to make an impressive, or at least a remotely entertaining or memorable experience. When the box ghost is scarier than your main villain, it's time to reconsider your fucking life.
Ha-ha! I am the box ghost! You cannot hold me!
Durza is shockingly the one who is probably closest to his original incarnation. As a qualified statement, Durza the Shade never had much to him in the book. He was evil magic psychopath. Even in the newest book released years later, Durza makes a fish massive and protected to all hell and back so he can make a monster fish that kills anyone that comes too close. Also to punish 2 boys that were watching some fish die slowly. However, Durza was, as I mentioned, only half of the actual character, and the fact that you remove everything from the human half of the character is far too fitting and telling of your lack of ability or creativity as a writer. It shows exactly how little knowledge you have of even the basics of character. Okay, on to world building. The world building is fitting. It's also shit. Aside from the locations being nowhere near what they should be on the map, nothing has any distinguishing character to it. I feel like we had maybe 4 real locations, only one of which was memorable. I remember Carvajal. The description for it in shorthand is tiny farm village. There was Daret, which I remember had straw huts and tied bridges. Great. There was Gilead. That makes even less than no sense because it somehow had a structure to it. Then there was the Bior Mountains, which are just nothing, really. At least there was nothing to them. So the locations aren't memorable. I mentioned that the setup for the world is piss poor even when it's not directly wrong. No event or place seems to have history attached to it, aside from the fall of the writers. It literally feels as if every person, place, and thing was spawned into the world pre-built, waiting for eons for the plot to reach it. Remember in Lord of the Rings how basically every single place was not only extremely distinct from other locations, that felt like it was amplified by everything around it? Remember how it felt like you could have gotten that detailed history on every single location if you were so inclined? That's the mark of a good film. And this not only does not have any history, it barely even has a present. Nothing is established. What is life like under the Empire? I'm asking because I've seen this film a total of maybe 4 times, and I still don't have a fucking clue beyond the conscription of the boys into the army. Nevertheless, it is relatively rare that a book adaptation is not complete garbage. It occasionally happens that you can get an enjoyable series, if not a particularly good one out of a book, but it is ever so rare and no one seems inclined to put the work in. Is there an answer to the problem of book adaptations? Well, yes, actually, and it's not even all that difficult an answer. Merely a difficult path. And Dumbledore himself summed it up quite nicely.
Dark and difficult times lie ahead. Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy.
You must take the time needed. You must give yourself the script you need. Give yourself the runtime you will need. Find the right team and the right people on and off the camera. You must prepare for the whole process. You can't just treat it like a B-movie and think that name recognition will get you through to the end. How do you make a good film? Short answer. Put the fucking work in. And if you're using existing characters or IP, be respectful. Not a hot take, perhaps, but one Hollywood and Disney seem incapable of grasping all the same. Because if you give us another show like this movie, Disney, you'll just do another Willow to it and try to pretend it never existed. Rest assured, though, should you attempt that, my review of your failure will still be there. Because I do not intend to let you forget your laziness or your incompetence, and merely hope that perhaps one day you will actually be capable of learning a lesson.
No, I want to go to bed. I don't care what they're doing, I want to go to bed. I don't care what's going on with them, I want to go to bed. You're sure? Show it real quick. I mean, we deserve a vacation, right? And, I mean, come on. How bad could it possibly be?